so far.
Okay, more analysis to come, but
He went over a
early,
jump, but
still indicative of something.
And just before we go to break, in long weight rounds in Newfoundland, we are declaring a conservative gain in that riding. So again, those results trickling, but we are able to make some declarations. We're going to take a quick break. We'll see you in just a few moments' time. Stay with us. Okay.
Welcome back to election headquarters here at CTV News. We continue to track early results as they come in from Atlantic Canada. I want to bring in my colleague, CTV News Chief Financial Correspondent Amanda Lang. We do have some changes to just quickly put up on the board. Some conservative gains so far in Atlantic Canada.
People. Give me 30 seconds.
Trickle in, and some liberal losses at this point.
Yeah, give me 30 seconds.
Look, the economy became probably, if there's one thing underpinning that ballot box competition over what the question is it Trump or is it change? It's the economy, right?
That's right. And typically, of course, we know when people go to the polls, they're voting on their pocketbook, and that often works against the incumbent, especially after a period like the one we've seen. We saw high inflation. We saw the after effects of a global pandemic. So the vote for change was very powerful. And then into the mix, you get, well, now we feel threatened, and we need to defend ourselves against a trade war. And that, of course, was the wild card that we've been dealing with. Underneath it all, though, people still, at the end of the day, when they're checking off that ballot, they're thinking about their own situation, and there's so much uncertainty right now. So it does come down to stewardship, I think. Who will manage our economy better?
Have you been surprised by the whiplash? I mean, there are days in the past couple of weeks where we've seen the size of Canada's GDP just wiped out on stock markets. And when, if you're younger, you've got time to make up that money. Yeah. If you're a senior in this country who's worked their entire life preparing for the golden years, and to see that evaporate in mere moments. I mean, it's not easy to stomach.
It's been jarring in the extreme. And I think I said this to you, Omar, on your program, which is even on the days when it was up 5, 6, 7%. That's not a good day. That doesn't feel rational or normal or the way stocks should move. And it speaks to the level of uncertainty in the world. And we're starting to see this show up in the economy. Even if you waved a wand and it was all over today, we have damage done. And the damage will persist for our economy and elsewhere. And, we're talking here in Atlantic Canada about St. John, the hardest hit place for tariffs in the country.
96% of their exports go to the U.S.
And, of course, a very integrated economy, too. They come back as well in the form of sort of refined products. So all of this is going to be in the mix, but it's really interesting to watch at the end of the day. How do people feel about what they're voting on, and how regional will that be?
And as far as what the parties are pitching, what stands out to you in that regard?
So it was interesting to see, and we'll talk mostly about Liberal PC, because that's who's going to like to form the government here. there. And both of them were really making the case for, we'll get you through this, but such different approaches. Liberals, big spending, really focused on a trade war, throwing money at a problem, not so much worried about the fiscal balance. And the Conservatives taking that same message that they've had all along, which is we want to downsize government, we want to reduce your taxes. So that the kind of undertone was, yeah, sure, there's a trade war, but remember, we're the guys that are going to deliver something different here. And we'll see whether that works in terms of the messaging and how it gets read in the end by what people actually absorbed. You know, economists, the balance is out in terms of which one will succeed, because in both platforms, there was a lot of unknown quantities. Where does the revenue come from? Where do the cuts come? We don't really know any of those things. But voters actually were hearing more, and maybe this is intentional, of course, more of the subtext than the actual details.
Magic math all over.
Exactly.
And we'll see what they choose. But I've got to thank you, by the way. The past 2 weeks have been, it's been a seesaw, but you've been our voice of calm and our voice of reason in a very strange and different environment. So, Amanda, we'll check in with you in just a bit later. Let's head over to Sandy right now, who's been keeping with the pulse of the people.
Well, Omar, it's interesting. We were listening to Corey and Scott bring up the age factor, and I want to talk about that with our talk people here, because older Canadians tend to vote Liberal by a huge percentage. Those 35 to 54 prefer the Conservatives. And then there's the youth vote. Conservatives are resonating with young people. Is that what you're hearing?
Well, the callers and the listeners tend to be a little bit older quite often, but I do have a lot of very engaged
Am I not loud enough, people?
Justin Lane, great call for the Toronto Star about why Donald Trump won.
Their audio down.
A lot about sort of the bro culture and what young men are sick of. They're afraid
of.
Also
also to put your picture on the opposite side of the screen.
Never get a pension. They can't find a girl. I don't know if Pierre Poilievre is going to solve that. But the presumption these days is Conservatives solve those things.
But I think, and this goes back to what you were saying before in our last chat about people being angry, right? Because
what are they saying? Are they explaining away why it's
is it the same party, just different leader? So if they're angry about the potential of the Liberals winning,
what I noticed in the last couple of days is that some of the older audience who I mentioned had become a bit defensive of Mark Carney.
So, all right, everybody.
In the early days,
do we want to hear their
Conservatives
verbal
were running
diarrhea
against a resume
for the better part of the night?
And it's a really good resume.
Did Viva
and as they got to know him a little bit, I think they saw he had a cranky side. He was mean to reporters. Look inside yourself. I don't think that played very well with older people. So that started to soften up a little bit. But the anger of younger people played in too. When the platforms got costed, I started to get emails and texts from people, younger people saying,
any of their
look at the debt he's.
Okay.
Nobody in the chats wants to hear them.
Okay, good. So we'll keep it. Did Viva jump out the window? I'm going to keep this here. What I'm going to do, first things first, everybody share the link on social media. Second things, actually, what I find more useful than this, let me open up the Kalshi market in a separate window where you don't. I'll flip the link to Barnes. Maybe Barnes is going to want to get in here. And we're going to talk about this. Kalshi. The Kalshi markets are what's really fun to watch. Who will be the next? It's 60-40 now. I'm going to say that I'm the smartest person on earth. I'm going to say that I'm not smart. I'm not smart, but like let me just share. This is just, there's so much crap on my computer. I said, regardless of what the outcome is, the numbers as they currently stand make no bloody sense. Look at this. This is what you like to see. And everyone's going to say, you're going to have to admit Pierre won a good campaign. No, Pierre can win. And I would dare say that it would be that I contributed more to spreading the word of the liberal carnage, pun intended. This is what I wanted to see. It doesn't matter who it's a coin toss at the end of the day. What's not a coin toss anymore is going to be the liberal majority, because the results are coming in from the Maritimes. Stephen Britton's going to come in from our locals community to give us some insights. This is absolute insanity. Remember when Carney was at 80% this morning? 85% this morning. And right now, Carney is at 57%. I'll just say one thing. If it's a conservative majority, Viva will be very happy for prediction reasons. If it's a conservative minority, I don't know what kind of feckless government that's going to look like. I don't know what would be required, to pass a non-confidence to trigger another election within a year. I don't even know if that is politically feasible. What was I about to say other than that? Oh yeah, and then I don't know who forms what sort of coalition opposition. I'm not a spiteful man. This trend right here makes me feel very good. Oh, I can't swear because my wife is listening. Frickin' Carney. So that is the leader. But let's just go with majority. No, it's not. Yeah, is it a majority? Next government of Canada. Conservative minority is up. What's conservative majority at? Conservative majority is up to 9%. Holy hell. And by the way, you heard it. I said it. There was zero chance, very little chance it was going to be a liberal majority. It would have been the end of Canada. If it's not going to be a liberal majority, it's a coin flip between a conservative minority and a liberal minority. Oh my goodness. Liberal majority, I was saying when it was at 70 cents, there's no better place to put your money than no. Down 37. So the results are coming in from the Maritimes, and I was expecting them to be worse coming out of the Maritimes, but this is where I appreciate the limitations of my own understanding, and I'd like Stephen Britton to come in, who I would rely on more for the analysis. Say, we're going to get early. I love this. This makes me happy as well. It's like the exact inverse of the Biden steal in 2020. Oh, hey. Oh, my God, what the heck just happened? We thought we were going to, the market said this morning that we were going to be a 70% likelihood for majority liberal. Be a night. Hold on a second. I have a martini. If you hear me leaning over and yes, liberal majority, get the F out of there, you sons of bitches. But betting, I won't say market manipulation. And the reality is this is a sum zero game. So whoever bought it's going to be a liberal majority at 70 cents is losing their shirt right now. And I don't want to get cocky and get ahead of myself. If the only thing that happens tonight is that it's not a liberal majority, I'll be satisfied. And conservative minority, liberal minority. Where's the conservative majority? Oh my goodness. So for those of you who don't understand, nobody currently watching doesn't understand. Let's just go back to the prime minister. That one was. I'm not going by writing because I couldn't pretend to understand the writings. Look at this. And someone had said in response to one of my questions to Richard Barris on Twitter, an inversion like this. When did Carney come into the picture? He came in around here. An inversion like this is not organic. Whether or not it was Chinese money or Indian money, and I'm not trying to say that in the racial sense, in the political sense, government money, it was inorganic. But set that aside. It was never 85% Carney in the likelihood of things. It's still 50-50. It was the same thing with Kamala and Trump. And I like this. This is beautiful. It's a thing of beauty. They're going to meet at the middle, baby. Why don't you meet me in the middle? Okay, so these are the markets, and it's phenomenal. Within a few minutes, it's 60-40. This is what it always should have been, and I do think that there was foreign money at play here. It was Kyle Kemper. You know what? I'm going to send him the link too. Oh, Stephen Britton's in the house. It was Kyle Kemper who said, he was just placing some hypothetical bets. $1 million bet would have swayed it so that it would have been Pierre Poilievre a 70% favorite. It would have cost you $1 million for the marketing of saying, oh, Pierre Poilievre is now the 70% favorite. And for those of you who don't understand what I'm saying, if you were to place $1 million bet in favor of Pierre Poilievre and do what they call, basically chasing the rise, say like, okay, I'm not going to place the bet and limit it at 20 cents. I'm going to just buy up until I get my $1 million bought up. You artificially jack up the price of the stock, and it's called slippage. And so it would have cost you $1 million through slippage to manipulate the market so that it would look like Pierre Poilievre was the 70% favorite. $1 million to any interests who want to influence public opinion, the polling, the news headlines is nothing. It's free money for a Chinese Communist Party. And so that's what it would have cost to sway the polls back in favor of Poilievre. And that's to say that that's how easily the markets could have been manipulated, and probably were manipulated in favor of Mark Carnage Carney. Now, that said, and I did say, you can manipulate the markets. There should be some smart money in there that's going to get them. Anybody who bought this morning can sell now for 30% if you're not in for the long run. And so smart money could have gotten in and made some sweet coin just in the last hour, based on what was my mildly informed opinion that I will attribute to Robert Barnes in large part. Did I send Barnes the link? If you want to pop on. So this is what's going on in real time. Let's just go back here. I'm going to keep this one open in the backdrop. So you could have just made 20% on your money, get the hell out. Who knows what it's going to happen now, because it's a coin flip in the ordinary run of things. I'm just getting a DM from someone named Agent Guru _IO. This is how old I am, people. I can't fucking read anymore. Get your T levels up, Canada, says BMF. And Rob128 says, thanks, Viva, from Windsor, Ontario. My kids and I love your show. Go PPC. I am predicting that the PPC is I think they're going to get half of the votes from last time, from 2021. I think they'll get 500,000 votes.
The guests are here, sir.
Say it again.
The guests are here.
How many guests do we have? Holy crab apples. Kyle Kemper pops in just like that. And so does Stephen Britton. Well, guys, unmute your cameras and unmic your microphones. I did that on purpose. Unmute your mics and uncamera. Gentlemen.
All right. Viva. How are we feeling, baby?
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I'm feeling a lot better right now because from a financial perspective, all I need is a liberal not majority in order to just like free money for the rest of the night. From a spiritual perspective, if the conservative majority is coming up, but I don't think that's going to happen. Even if it's a conservative minority, maybe they'll work with the bloc. By the way, Kyle, Stephen Britton, let me introduce both of you to the world who may not know who you are. Kyle, you are my brother from another mother, but I shaved, so we no longer look the same. They call you Weed Viva.
Night Viva.
Now, Stephen.
It's like you're wearing some zinc too.
No, I'm just shining because I was out biking with my kid and my lights are too. And pay attention to the pimple, people. It's not even a pimple; it's an ingrown hair. Look at it all night long. Stephen, the world might not know who you are. You are a member of our locals community, but introduce yourself. I think you're still you're still muted, Steve. Either you're muted or your mic is not being recognized.
No, that's not right. But that's a different mic. That's not the right mic.
It's such a Canadian accent, I hear.
While he's doing that, we do have an update on the numbers. CBC, 21 and Conservatives at 11.
Yeah, let me bring this up here. Here we got this, so I can bring this up. I won't bring up their verbal diarrhea from coverage, but Libs 22. So okay, Stephen Britton, can I hear you now?
Can you hear me now?
Oh yes, loud and clear, deep and booming. Steve, tell the world who you are.
I am a longtime member of the locals community here from Viva VivaBarmsLaw.locals.com, and nice margarita there, Viva. Anyway, I got my scotch, by the way, just in case anyone's wondering. So I've been around the block many times in the Canadian election scene. I'm adding the A's for the American audience there.
Oh, I don't even think you need to. I think they can pick up on it from the. It's such a distinct Canadian. There's the A, and I'll ping whenever you do another one. But yes,
I tend not to say A for that very reason. But in any event, I have been around numerous elections in the Canadian scene since 1993. That was my first one. I was, let's see, I was in the riding of McLeod for that one. And then 1997, I ended up in Edmonton, Strathcona. But between then, I'd spent a lot of time in the riding of Calgary Southwest. Now, this was back in the day when I was part of the Reform Party. 2000, I was in Calgary Northeast with the Canadian Alliance. And of course, then there was the big shift to the Conservative Party in 2004. So I was there for that. I was there for 2006. I sat out for the 2008 because my daughter was on the way. 2011, I sat out for that one, and man, was that a fun election, because that was the one where the Conservatives won their majority. 2015 was a disaster, the year that Canada committed suicide, in my personal opinion. Oh, am I allowed to say that on?
Oh, yeah, don't go for it.
Okay, too late now anyway.
Yeah, forget it.
So I've decided to follow this one. So interestingly enough, when it comes to actually the campaigns that I've worked on, guys, I've never worked on a losing campaign. So I'm not working on this campaign. I'm completely out of it, but it'll be interesting to see where it ends up, because I am following it, and I've got money on the popular vote, but I don't have money on whether or not it's a majority, minority, or anything like that. Anything can happen. And we're still pretty early, because we got another 25 minutes before the big set of ridings comes in at 7 p.m. Eastern, or Mountain Time, rather. That's 9 o'clock Eastern. So we got 25 minutes to go before we really start to see the results flowing in. And I'm going to have to adjust my graph here.
The question is this, Steve. So well, first of all, everyone should know also that you and I go back and forth on Twitter. I have zero ill will to you, and you have zero ill will to me.
None at all.
And full stop. I actually respect your insights more than my own, actually. The question is this.
Thank you.
We just saw, Conservatives just dropped to 9. They stole something. I'm joking, but
it bounces around. Like, this is going to happen because as the results come in by polling stations, so it'll balance out over time. And I'm seeing that somebody has posted a photograph of a Canadian ballot in the chat. Do not do that. It is illegal to photograph your ballot.
Is this it? It's not ticked off. It's not signed off. My riding, Quebec Centre, didn't even have a Conservative this year. What the F?
Really?
Hold on. DTQC. Bloc Québécois, People's Party, NDP, Liberal. That's impossible. What riding is this? My riding, Quebec Centre. Unless they were dropped.
That sounds weird to me.
It sounds weird.
That writing.
That's but it's from DTQC, and I know him, and he's not a.
Okay.
He's not, but so we're getting the.
Do not do that though.
They'll lock you away for longer than they do. Never mind. I won't make any of those jokes. We're getting the results out of the Maritimes right now.
Correct.
How I was saying, if the Maritimes typically go Liberal, that if you looked at the map that we saw floating around, everything's red in Canada, which is Liberal, except Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba. And I said, if the Maritimes are coming in early, like totally in favor of the Liberals, it's going to be a very, very bad indication. Thus far, even 2-1 for the Liberals with the Conservatives is still not that bad. Am I wrong in thinking this is mildly encouraging coming out of the Maritimes, which tend to go wildly Liberal?
It varies from year to year. It's really that's a really difficult one to answer. Like, I'm pulling up the map from last time here, and it keeps sending me to Wikipedia for some stupid reason, but because I wanted to compare what's happening this year to what happened last year or last time, and I'm not 100% sure. I think it was pretty split in the Maritimes last time around, so you can't, and Newfoundland, so you can't really judge solely on that. What's really going to be the determining factor is the 905 area code in Southern Ontario, the 905, and what's the other one? 519. Those two area codes in Southern Ontario are going to be a huge indicator of where things are going to go. And because Ontario and Quebec, of course, determined the results of the election pretty much. Coming into the prairies, it'll which way Alberta's going to go. Yeah, there's no doubt about that in my mind.
So, Steve, so Quebec last election, 2021.
Your election.
Yeah, my election, Quebec got 35 seats for the Bloc Québécois, the separatist federal party.
Let's have a look.
It was 35 or 32. And by the way, Kyle, if you know offhand or you want to chime in, feel free.
I'm good. I'm not the stats guy.
No, and Steve is, and which is why
talking about the betting markets.
Dude, I'm looking at the betting markets right now. It's liberal minority is now up to 41%. Liberal majority is now down to 30%. Conservative minority is up to 24%. I still do not want to see a liberal minority, but that'll be less devastating than a liberal majority.
I mean, the one that I see clearly is that Carney Polyev one, because that seems to be the market that's got the most liquidity on poly market at least. And we've seen a big bounce already from 20 cents to goes to 30 right now. No.
Yeah. So the Bloc got 32 seats last time around.
32 seats. So 32 seats of the now it's up to 343 ridings for the aggregate. So you get a majority, you need 172. 32 seats. The projections are that they're going to lose roughly a third of those this time around.
The Bloc?
Yeah.
Okay.
The question is, well, that is what the polls, the markets, whatever that. Say that again. Oh, he's back a little bit. Who said that? The markets or the predictions were that the Bloc is going to get between 18 and 27 seats, which means they're going to lose about a third of their seats. That shocked me. I don't know how the Bloc would lose that many seats because that's a substantial portion. But then two questions, Steve, if you know the answer, is it accurate? And if they do lose those seats, to whom do they lose them? Like, I would have difficulty believing someone would vote Bloc Québécois and then vote Liberal. Like, I would imagine them go more conservative than Liberal. Sorry.
No, I was just starting to form my thoughts here. It's hard to say. Okay, the chat is now distracting me with images of moose going over backwards on icy highways. It's really hard to say because the Bloc tends to be fairly left-leaning. So you can't make the distinction that they're going to go conservative. Although the Bloc Québécois was started by Lucien Bouchard, who came out of the Progressive Conservative Party, it's really hard to say which way they're going to go because they could end up going Liberal just because that's where they're shifting the vote if the Bloc Québécois voters can't stand Pierre Poilievre. If the other hand, they could end up shifting their vote to the NDP, which would bump the NDP up because remember in 2011 the NDP did really well in Quebec.
And as far as I'm concerned, from any betting market perspective, if they shift from the Bloc to the NDP, couldn't care less. The question is if they shift from the Bloc to the Liberals. During the debates, and we watched the French and the English, there was an issue of Carney. The question came up of Carney not respecting provincial independence, provincial autonomy, provincial rights. And it was seemingly in respect of the transnational pipeline. And so was the issue that, did I misunderstand it? Or was the issue that the Libs under Carney were sort of talking about imposing interprovincial pipelines despite provincial objections to those? Stop it there. Was that accurate?
It's possible. The thing is, pipelines, it's a very specific issue that I don't know how many Canadians are really going to latch onto because the majority of Canadians are mainly concerned about where their next meal is coming from.
True.
So I don't really know. I think provincial autonomy, provincial jurisdiction, which natural resources like oil, gas, mining, and all that does tend to fall under provincial jurisdiction. You know this.
Yeah. That much I know. The only question is, what was the interprovincial rift? Like, if it was the Libs were going to come in and impose their unilateral federal will over the Quebec unique autonomy, why would anyone from Bloc go vote Liberal afterwards? And I guess that will be we'll see how the market's going after that. When it hits Quebec, if the Bloc loses seats and then the Conservatives pick them up, that's going to be a determinant, presumably for the rest of Canada, at least as relates to the election, but indication of where Ontario is going to go.
Yeah. Now, J.P. Spooner just put in the check. Now, J.P. Spooner is another Canadian who has been with Viva Barnes Law for a very long time as well. He's saying that he just typed in and I don't know how accurate this is, but he did say that pipelines are banned in Quebec. Now, if that's the case, that would suggest to me that because the Bloc is very much who's in power in Quebec right now? Is it Liberal or
it's the CAQ. It's the Coalition. I think it's the CAQ, the Coalition Avenir de Québec.
That just sounds wrong.
François, it's François Legault. I'm just sure it's
okay. Yeah, it's not the Liberals then.
Oh no. And then the Conservatives. François Legault, born 1957.
Right.
He is the Coalition Avenir de Québec since 2011. The CAQ. So yeah, and they picked Le CAQ. By the way, it's CAQ, Coalition Avenir de Québec.
Okay.
Or as
I'm thinking the slang for what CAQ might mean.
It's the CAQ, and then when we get to the seals, then we're going to get to Le FOC.
That's right. That's right. And just remember this: the Canadian Alliance. Its official name was the Conservative Reform Alliance Party.
It's so bad. So yeah, but so the bottom line, the CAQ, and I don't know how you qualify them politically, but the Coalition Avenir de Québec has the majority. They picked up seats in the last provincial election.
Right. So it's neither the Parti Québécois or les Libéraux or Libéral.
It's not the Conservateur either. I actually had Éric Duhem on the channel at least once, maybe twice. I like him a lot, but that effing guy. So. But this is the issue. So Quebec went more tyranny after COVID with François Legault. They gave him more seats. So maybe the Bloc then goes. They might go Liberal. That's where we'll see.
They could. It depends. It depends what the population of Quebec wants. If they don't want pipelines in Quebec and they're happy with the fact that there's a pipeline ban in Quebec, assuming what J.P. Spooner said is accurate, then they may go Bloc.
Yeah, I would love to see the Bloc pick up seats this time around. And if I'm from Quebec, if I'm disenfranchised, I would vote PPC. But I know that would go nowhere. I'd vote Bloc. At least Yves Blanchette. That's his name is Yves Blanchette. I like him. At least he's sincerely, genuinely looking out for Quebec only interests. Other provinces might get pissed off at that.
He did perform well at in the English debate.
Yeah, he's good. I like it. He's got a nice deep voice. He's very thoughtful. That is not very green, he says to Mr. Carney about what Brookfield assets meant. If
he's not running for prime minister either.
it's so. But he says with a very, very soft tone. That is not very green, Brookfield. You invest in dirty oil and offshore accounts. And I'm sitting there saying, why the hell is Pierre Paul? Okay. Steve,
anyway,
yeah. Sorry. Now we know we're going to get into our fights. Hey, tell me that I'm right about giving Pierre a hard time. It's so the next polls close in 45 minutes. That's going to be 45 minutes.
15 minutes.
Oh, okay. So hold on. What am I seeing? I'm just going by fake news CTV. It's funny. Oh, CNN. No, CNN is restreaming CTV.
Oh, interesting.
So we're getting all the maritime. So that's North. That's Newfoundland, Labrador. Oh, you can't see my cursor. Hold on a second. This is Newfoundland.
I thought they closed at 7, not 7:30.
No, I thought they closed at 8 or 9 even. But hey, where did it go?
Well, it depends on your time zone.
Yeah. No. I see what you're saying. Yeah, because Newfoundland is actually an hour and a half ahead of us.
Yeah, they've got their weird time zone.
They got 30 minutes difference because the Newfies. I had to do it. It's actually really cool. So
South Australia does it too.
Yeah, it's. I mean, there's jokes, but then there's also it's kind of cool to be 30-minute time zone difference off. What was I about to say about the CAQ? So we'll see. So the Bloc Québécois, I'm curious. I don't see them losing seats, and if they don't lose seats, it'll be a very wild thing to see the Bloc presumably working with the Conservatives, who are going to want to get provincial approval for any sort of transnational pipeline.
Yeah, now you see, that's actually what I'm also thinking from who's going to end up holding the reins of power in the next parliament. Because if the opposition parties hold the Liberals to a minority and the NDP collapses, like I'm predicting based on what's happened with their polling numbers, because, you and I have gone back and forth on this. I think the NDP support has tanked.
Well,
because they've all gone to the Liberals.
Well, and not just polling numbers, fundraising numbers, right? Like that's more determinative than polling.
Interesting. I never gave you that much thought.
Well,
because,
I
don't give much thought to the polls anyway.
No, I give zero thought to the polls. I give slightly more than zero thought to the markets, but fundraising. And apparently from what I was reading on Twitter, and I take everything with a grain of salt, but they were saying the fundraising had dried up for the NDP because no one was interested in pissing away their money, much like with Bernie the commie Sanders or the champagne socialist Sanders. So, and they were saying jokingly, Jagmeet was doing events in public parks, and he had to co-opt union protests in order to seem like he had an audience. So, I don't know the answer.
Commercials too.
Oh God, I hate there's people I loathe in politics. I actually don't hate Pierre Poilievre. I kind of think I could like him. I think Pierre has a life story that he has failed to impart on the world in the degree to which it needs to be imparted on the world. He is a man who was born from a 16-year-old young girl who decided single mom, carried him to term, put him up for adoption. Whatever her issues were, she got pregnant again, put up the brother for adoption, made sure the same parents got him. He was raised by this family. He's got a non-verbal autistic child. In as much as Kamala Harris milked her lie of a childhood too much, Pierre did not I say exploit in a proper sense his actual lived experience to the degree that I think he ought to have. I have nothing against him, and I think I'm just disappointed, but maybe things will turn out not so disastrously.
Yeah, sometimes you just get dealt a bad hand too.
True, but when you make the most of a bad hand, you can either bluff or you can play it properly. That's one thing. I have nothing against Pierre Poilievre. I loathe Justin Trudeau. I think Carney is a disgusting, filthy son of a bitch, sir.
Oh, I've got other words I could use to describe him.
Okay, come see. The kid wants to show the turtle that we have.
Okay, let's see the turtle.
Also promise not to swear.
Yeah, well, the turtle's gotten big and fat. Okay, so check it out. Hold on one second. Just don't drop him. This is a cooter. Tortoise? This is a cooter turtle. Now they carry salmonella even in captivity. And just go put it back.
Is it a turtle or is that a tortoise? Either?
No, that's a turtle. That's a turtle.
Okay,
so the neighbors do put him back. You'll feel very bad if you drop him. Go. We've become the animal rescue neighborhood. Kids. We've got a red ear in our fish tank that's still white on the outside. I think it's permanently bleached because it was found in someone's pool with chlorine, and it's permanently paler than a normal red ear.
Right.
Now, go for it.
Okay, there was a comment in the chat. I just want to address here. Do the majority of Canadians think that their elections are legitimate? And yes, the majority of Canadians do because of the way it is performed. The way they happen here, it's all done by hand, as everybody knows. And there are what we call scrutineers. That's the same as election observers in the U.S. And the scrutineers will, at the very beginning, they all come into the polling station. They look inside the ballot box. They make sure that it's empty, and then it is taped shut with duct tape, which it's white tape. Then you sign across the seal, and until that seal is broken, that election box is there's a chain of custody that it is always, and it is not broken until the polls have closed on election night. So,
Steve, do take the opportunity just to tell people what your socials are, because we'll have a lot of people watching, and I'm not good at reminding people to remind the public.
So I'll finish this answer first. The entire chain of custody is well known, and the parties once they actually do close the polls, then that polling station is sequestered. So nobody in, nobody out until the count is complete. And at any time, any one of those scrutineers can challenge the validity of a ballot, whether if they think it's a spoiled ballot. They can also challenge the validity of a voter. If they think who unseals the box, it is the returning officer in the polling station. Anyway, in any case, so that is completely sequestered, nobody in, nobody out until the results until the ballots are counted and they are verified as, by everybody there. They're put under lock and key, and in case that there's ever a judicial recount where a judge has to look at every single ballot. So there's a whole chain of custody, and there's a whole way of doing things. So no, we don't use Dominion voting machines. I've actually asked that question at a polling station before, and it got a roar of laughter. And the other thing is, another question I saw go by here was, what is the possible harm of photographing your ballot? I have absolutely no idea. All I know is that it is against the law.
They say
it's to photograph your ballot.
The argument is that it's voter intimidation or not voter suppression, but voter intimidation. You can take a photo evidence of your ballot and confirm you voted the way we asked you to.
Yep.
I mean, I think it's kind of silly,
and it also identifies your vote, and it's supposed to be a secret ballot.
When I asked you to identify your social medias, there was a reason for that. Yes, your socials, please. And then Kyle, you'll do the same thing.
Okay. You will not find me on Facebook because I dumped Facebook. Actually, you will, but you won't. I'm not responding to anything. I haven't used Facebook for well over a year now. It's a long story there. You can find me on YouTube at The Real Stephen Britton. At Rumble, I am also known as The Real Stephen Britton. And you can find me on X at SC Britton, BRITTON.
Kyle, you as well. Tell them.
Welcome back.
I think he might still be on mute.
He's on mute.
I'm going to get your...
mute. No longer on mute. Sorry, this is my first time doing this.
Dude, did you just put on a suit and tie or something?
I did. I watched a video of Kevin O'Leary standing in front of thing. He was wearing shorts. I was like, this guy's hilarious. I'm like, I gotta dress up. Let's put on a nice little blue shirt. It's got a fancy bow on it and a nice little purple tux. Let's go. We're gonna go celebrate tonight.
And now you've got me wanting to do the same thing, Kyle.
I'm not doing it. You're gonna see sweat stains under my armpits. Kyle, you, just so everybody knows, also, it's the cat in the bag or the cat's out of the bag. You are Justin Trudeau's half brother. You share a mother.
Truth.
That's wild. It's so wild. I will never be able to get over it, but I like you.
And I also unofficially, colloquially, Uncle Mark Carney's nephew.
And does that make you related to Andrew Coyne?
Andrew Coyne is my unofficial grandfather.
Hold on one second. Jokes aside, what is Andrew Coyne's familial relationship to Justin Trudeau?
He's related to Justin Trudeau through marriage.
That would explain why he is the biggest shithead of a propaganda. I said I wasn't going to swear. The biggest poo-poo face of a propagandist.
There's no blood relation, Brian. I mean, his Deborah Coyne was but Pierre had a daughter as well named Coyne. So is that what that association is?
Yeah, but I never knew that. I never knew there was any familial by law or whatever between Andrew Coyne, who I have needled so hard he's probably perforated by now on Twitter. Okay, fine.
Yeah,
Kyle, what your socials?
My socials: Kyle Kemper on X, Kyle JJ Kemper on Instagram. Though I rarely do it, but feel free to tag me from around on there. Facebook. Yeah, I'm Kyle Kemper. Again, I don't really go on there too much.
I'm reading the chat.
YouTube, Kyle Kemper. Club Maha. We have a podcast every Wednesday. It's a pretty good time. And I don't know. Feeling good.
I was good. Now, this all started with me saying that I do. Oh, the election. So, Steve, to your point about, I get flack because people say, Viva, they're going to steal the election like they did in 2020. It's Dominion voting machines. Like, first of all, there are no Dominion voting machines.
There's no voting machines at all.
No, it's paper ballot, and it's 2 pieces of ID. Then people say, Viva, there's an option where you don't have to show ID. Yeah, it's the third option. You got to get someone at the voting station to vouch for you and sign some sort of affidavit. Bottom line,
yes.
I do not espouse the idea that there's voting fraud in the sense that we saw and suspect in 2020, because we don't use machines. It's 2 pieces of ID. It's pencil, paper, ballot, like 2 pieces of like tracing things through.
Who's that?
That's their friend.
Yeah, I hate that.
Yeah, I use one piece of ID, my driver's license, and that card that I don't have one here. It's the same size as whatever.
Yeah, but that's
roughly the same size as this.
It's two pieces. The ID, it's basically two pieces of ID. And when I voted, I remember having to show that I lived at the address on my freaking ID. So I'm not concerned about that. And there were a bunch of people flipping out about the pencil issue. Like, oh, it's a pencil, they can erase it. They can't erase it. That
doesn't mean anything.
They can tear up your vote, and then it's nothing to do with the pencil. It's to do with someone shredding your vote. So that level of voter fornification is not existent at the federal level. Provincial level, it is an issue, especially in British Columbia. So set all that aside.
Well, here's an interesting thing that I find this amusing. Elections Canada actually prints and produces for every election these rulers with the words Elections Canada on the ruler. The only purpose that they have this ruler is so they can place the ruler on the paper, use a pen, and cross out the voter's name. That's the only reason they do this. So just imagine how much is spent on providing rulers to elections officials for that one reason. Snap piece?
I put myself on mute because I was eating cucumber, and I don't think anybody wants to hear me chew on cucumber. Let me see what's going on in Viva Barnes Law, datlocals.com. That is where I'm going to be focusing the attention. Viva, which new state will you be moving to? Alberta, Saskatchewan, or Manitoba? Hey, dude, it might be Newfoundland at this point. Okay, Viva's brother is here. That's from DTQC. They call Kyle Kemper my weed brother because Kyle's not here, but he'll hear it when he comes. They think Kyle Kemper smokes marijuana, and they know that I do not. But
I
also,
don't.
No, it's legal in Canada, Steve. But it
is. It's legal nationwide.
Yeah, I remember the day they legalized marijuana in Canada. Whoa, I went down to the marijuana stations on St. Catherine. It was one of my more popular videos. It got 500,000 views. It was like one of those vlogs on my freaking scooter. Yeah. Let me see what's going on here. If I go to donations, okay. So hold on, not Kyle, but Encryptus is sending me some. Here we go. Viva Swanky Pants over on CommuTube says, thank you very much for your help in solidifying my confidence in conservatism. I've been watching for years. Love from Peterborough, Ontario. I'll get to that in a second. And then Rob128. Hold on. That is an 8, not a 3. Says, thanks, Viva, from Windsor, Ontario. My kids and I love your show. Oh, yeah, we saw it. Go PPC. Then we got Bear Lamb. My entire family and I voted for the PPC in Winnipeg. I hope we can get a few numbers higher than usual. With the PPC, it would be so much wiser to focus on specific ridings where you have a chance and not wasting any energy on ridings where you don't.
That's how the Green got elected.
Yeah, well, no, it's that's no shade at Maxime. I like Maxime. I've never had anything remotely substantially negative to say about Maxime, except maybe to say he doesn't play politics to his detriment. Okay, good.
Yeah.
When I see Kyle come back in, I thought I just came back in on the stream.
There's been a lot of questions about addressed to Kyle in the chat just a few minutes ago too.
Oh, what was the questions?
The paternity of Justin Trudeau.
Oh no, so Kyle,
you get that a lot, I'm sure.
Your mother was not Margaret. Was it Margaret Trudeau?
Margaret Trudeau Kemper Sinclair.
So Kemper is your biological father.
And my mother was born, maiden name Sinclair, and then she married Pierre Trudeau and had Justin, Sasha, and Michelle, 3 children. And then 10 years after Michelle was born, I was born, and she remarried to Fried Kemper, who's my father. And and then regarding the question of Castro, that feels like to me that was just a very clever piece of disinfo and strategic misinformation to derail conversations. Whenever his name comes up, this Castro talk would come up, and it would just take attention off of him and into this little area. And it was very effective. And given the level of AI and AI tools, that entire supposition and that people feel so strongly about he's Castro's son is all based on 2 photos. And I mean, come on, I'll give you 2 photos that shows that, like, I don't know, Viva's my father. I mean,
no. Unless midgets can give birth to 6-foot giants.
Which would you like? I can make any one of those photos you want. And also, by the way, Australia is not real and the Earth is flat, and a lot of people believe that too. So it is what it is.
So how do you describe mountains?
Well, hold on. So for anyone watching who doesn't know the voice of God that you just heard, that is Encryptus. That is the Viva Fry equivalent of, no, that's the Joe Rogan equivalent of Jamie for the Viva Fry channel. Encryptus is Agent Guru _IO, and he does amazing work.
And there he is on the screen.
I still say his avatar looks like Jack Dorsey on steroids, but that's a separate thing.
With a glowing beard.
Kyle, the question is this.
Shoot.
And I don't remember if I asked you this when I had you on the first time. The rumors of I don't even know if I should ask you. I'll please ask me and I ask you.
All right. We can talk about it later, Viva. If you don't feel comfortable asking it, we can discuss it more later. But
yeah.
The 2000 rumors of why Justin Trudeau resigned from that school that he was teaching at.
Go on.
Is there any truth to those rumors?
Well, Justin had a lot of he's a real showman and liked to be the center of attention. Everybody absolutely adored and loved Justin. So, have you been to high school lately, Viva?
I go, and when I go into schools, the smell brings back traumatic experiences. Like high schools have a smell, like hospitals, but different. It's interesting. Now that being said,
but anyway, seriously though, like again, that is the old time. Where did he go? That being said, like look at how fast he was dropped and has completely disappeared. He's kryptonite to the Liberals this election campaign. Like
I know that you don't speak with him. You don't speak with him after 2020-ish, give or take.
He's not. I don't think he's probably not invited to be at like any of the parties tonight. Which is like, man, he made a huge sacrifice to take that deal to be that elected leader for so long, and now he's his term is done. He's in forced hiding now.
Do you know what's
ain't gonna. He knows that. Well, he's not going to show up during the campaign. He may show up after the fact. He might write a book at some point.
Dude, it's actually amazing. And Kyle, you make me feel bad for my enemies. I consider Trudeau to be an enemy. I consider you to be a friend. I know you and I like you, and that's not even consider.
I like you too, Viva.
He cannot walk among his brethren for the rest of his life. And I can't imagine a greater hell than that.
It's a hell of his own design.
Yeah, and that was I feel like the deal that was kind of entered into, and I think he signed up knowing kind of what was going to take place for the first half of the contract, but as soon as COVID came down and it was like, this is your script, this is my script, this script sucks, and I gotta be the tyrant pharmaceutical salesman, great divider here, and. To be honest, I'm pretty sure the amount of outside influence shaping and helping his worldview was limited. So, yeah.
But so an amazing thing is he's not even. It's not that he's not been invited to. He's toxic to whatever campaign Mark Carnage Carney, as you like to say, CBDC Carney. Yeah. Was running. CBDC Carney has been his informal advisor for 5 years. That mother effer. Kids are listening, says, hey, Trudeau, yeah, we've had a 5-year, half-decade relationship, but we can't have anything to do with you and you can't have anything to do with us. Enjoy your purgatory. He's in purgatory on Earth right now.
No, and they're not disputing anything that's happened over the last 10 years either. It's just Trump trade war, tariffs, Pierre Poilievre, Trump mega, and then but absolutely no reference whatsoever, to Justin. And remember, Justin was just that leader, and the other person that's also gone a little bit quiet, and I think they recognize she doesn't score very high with popularity amongst people, is Chrystia Freeland. So she's also
she scores very high.
Didn't you post something about her just the other day?
Sorry, my punchline was with Nazis. But sorry, Steve, what did you say?
I said, didn't you post something that she had done just the other day over on X?
But she put out a flipping campaign video. It's like she's like a demon out of a horror movie trying to lure you into her lair. Like she is a demon. Hold on. How tall is Chrystia Freeland? I have to see this. If I am not taller than Chrystia Freeland, how tall is Chrystia Freeland? She's 5'1". She has to be 5'1", and I have to be taller than her. Hold on, it's coming. Chrystia Freeland's height is reported at shut the fudge. 5'9". I don't believe. I don't believe.
She's almost taller than me.
She is the troll out of Don't Look Back.
Out of here.
I don't believe. Okay, hold on a second. No, she's an evil dwarf, is what she is. I don't believe that.
Well, she abandoned Justin, didn't she?
Kyle's looking. He's fervently looking there. He doesn't believe it.
That is unacceptable. There's no chance. Maybe if she's wearing 9-inch heels, like, there's no way.
No, I agree. I'm gonna go to Google.
Yeah, and Tom Cruise is 6'1". Like, get out.
No. I know that Tom Cruise is 5'6". How tall?
Viva can dunk. Like, let's go.
Tom Cruise is only 6'1" on target 2.
Okay, so I'm seeing here 5'2" on a good day, but this is okay. I'll let Kyle. So bottom line. She's an evil, murderous midget troll. That's what Chrystia Freeland is. Am I in trouble? But why did it say 5'9"? Grok has misled me. My wife just came in and said she's 5'9". Let me start again.
That's what Google said too. I just don't believe it.
But that's hey Mary, how tall is my wife? I'm asking Grok.
Grok's going to tell you that.
I don't have any information about your wife, but she is hot and she's got soft skin. And her hair smells like silk.
And Grok just got brownie points for Viva.
Coin is a douchebag. Yeah, good comment.
My wife she's 1 inch taller than Chrystia the midget, the Savager Freeland. Don't hang on the door handle.
Why? Chrystia the barbarian.
So
the Amazon.
Okay, so she's 5'2", not 5'9".
Okay.
So someone says 5'9" with hooker boots on. That's not funny. That's funny.
It's hilarious.
Oh, my kid is reminding me to remind everyone to go buy Louis the Lobster. Look at that. It's framed perfectly. Go get it. It's on Amazon. Illustrated by Abigail Martin. You know what's very distracting? I cannot stream when I have a child looking at me behind the camera. Get out of here. Take this and get out of here. Oh, if I can show you the room, he's going to hurt himself. So we've been having kitchen renos for the last 2 months, and we've been eating out of the living room, cooking our food out of a toaster, an air fryer, and a microwave, which only recently started getting replugged in. What's up? And so the other half of my office is food and storage.
Well, it's warm enough now in Florida. You could probably have a barbecue.
Oh, no, well, we've been doing barbecue every night. Warm enough in Florida. It's warm enough in Florida in mid-December. Close the door. Yeah. I used to do barbecues in Canada in mid-December, and the best thing about it is the martini would get colder the more you cooked, as opposed to warmer the more you cooked.
I've done barbecues at 20 below.
Yeah, well, you see, fire burns whatever the temperature is, so long as you have, sufficient. She's 8 inches. Oh my goodness!
Don't read that one.
No, I thought it was a legit answer. I'm going to skip that. My goodness, you know what? We started a trend. Holy crap!
Is that all?
We got to get Music Chat or what is it called? It's called Music Chat. Get in here and make a song out of this. Okay, so it is next poll's closing in 20 minutes. We're at 9:00 Eastern time.
It could be a long night.
It's not going to be long for me. I'm going to be asleep. So long as the Liberals don't get a majority. Where do we need to go in order to know that the Liberals are not going to get a majority?
Once Ontario hits, we'll have a pretty good idea of the trends. It'll right now we don't know what's going on in obviously Eastern There was one BQ showing on the chart there on the screen for a little bit, and I had it on mine as well. I have a chart down right about here that I'm following the results with. The block did have one, but then it was replaced and went to the Liberals. The thing is, what you need to watch for is to see how the numbers from Ontario pan out. If Ontario goes 50-50 Conservative, Liberals, then we're going to be in a good position for with the prairie provinces as well. Although that's all going to come in at once, so you're not going to really know.
But 50-50 Liberal in terms of popular vote throughout the province, and then you have to break it down by riding?
You're going to go by riding. I'm talking ridings.
Okay.
Yeah. The main thing is it depends on where those numbers pan out. It'll also hinge on how many NDP and how many Bloc Québécois end up in the House of Commons, because I don't see the Bloc supporting the Liberals, but I do see the NDP supporting the Liberals if they get enough seats. Now, and I think they've tanked. I think they've collapsed. I think the Liberals are probably as high as gonna, they're going to be what they get. But support-wise, popular support, I think they pretty much peaked early, and I think that they've fallen back a little bit since. Oh, this is the interesting one.
Yeah, go to the 1 hour candle on this one too. On the bottom there, it says all. If you go to the 1 hour, like they came real close. If you go back that was literally like.
Do you see my cursor here? No, you don't. No. That's not the right thing. What do I have back here?
It's my screen. That's my screen.
Oh, okay, encrypted. So show us what's going on.
Yep.
I put my money on the actual popular votes.
Yeah. So I'm also going to bring up Kalshi in just a second as well, so we can compare side by side.
How do you have this functionality that I don't have? This is like they're almost bumping. Like, see,
I mean, that's like it. They came real close. Like there was a spike there when they were like 13-13 according to the numbers. Like you can see, it came real close. But now since it's gone back to separated. That money keeps pouring in on Carney. That CBDC money keeps pouring in on Carney.
Forget the money.
It is definitely manipulated.
Easy.
Liberal majority is back up to 52%. So the question is this, but based on just the numbers of the...
I mean, last time when Justin got the Liberal majority last time, like he swept Atlantic Canada.
Yes, he did.
So that is not happening this time. I don't like. How can? Like, I really don't think it's going in that path tonight.
I don't see a majority at this point.
And a minority, I mean, and if a minority happens, like, in the balance of power, we could see another election pretty quickly. And it might be a little bit of a longer election too, at some point. Well, that's a challenge of a conservative minority too, is there could be another election fairly quickly.
A conservative minority will lead to an election fairly quickly, I think. But a liberal minority coming out of tonight does not necessarily mean that Mark Carney will be prime minister for the next few years, because if he's going to have to face the House without the NDP propping him up, and if that happens, it'll be like Frank Miller in Ontario in 1980 something or other, when he tried to form a government and he fell on the throne speech. And he went to the the lieutenant governor in Ontario, asked for an election, and the lieutenant governor asked David Peterson to form a government, because he had an agreement with Bob Rae for 2 years that Bob Rae would prop him up for 2 years on matters of confidence. So you could find that the Conservatives and the Bloc put together a accord where they are supported by the Bloc for a couple of years, and then we go into another election in 2 years' time. With Pierre Poilievre as prime minister, even though he doesn't win tonight, seat count wise.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Even if you lose to another party, and the other party gets a majority, you can still go in and try to form a government if you like. You can face the House, and the House will vote you down, of course, but you don't have to resign if you lose an election.
And I heard that if Carney loses tonight too, he'll be the shortest serving prime minister in history.
What did Kim Campbell serve?
Longer.
39 days. Hold on. Let me Google that.
That would just be so great if Uncle Mark only got the 45 days and like turf.
It was how long?
She destroyed herself in that election, though.
Who was the shortest PM in Canada? I love that. Charles Tupper. He served
Bowl. What's his face? Bowl.
Oh, no, you had it right on the first time. The shortest serving prime minister of Canada was Sir Charles Tupper, who served as the 6th prime minister for only 68 days between 1896 and 1896.
And how long was he?
On him.
How long did Kim Campbell serve? 132 days. She doubled that, man. That's how good it is.
And she called the election with like 5 days left in her mandate.
So hold on, let me make sure I understand this.
Oh, there's Seamus O'Regan. Did Seamus not run again? He's out,
Oh, he quit ages ago.
You know who else I hate? Okay. You know who else is a piece of shit? Seamus O'Regan. That's son. Oh.
He could do less damage to Canada from the House of Commons than he did from the set of Canada AM.
Moncton Dieppe, 67 for petit pas. That means small feet or small steps. I'm not joking. Petit pas. It means small. It's a petit pas, and then we got Jocelyn. His name is Jocelyn. Oh my goodness! Woke politics has taken over Canada.
An unfortunate name.
I'm joking.
Come on.
King's Hants. What are these districts? This has got to be New Brunswick.
It's in New Brunswick.
Okay.
King's Hants is that New Brunswick or is that Nova Scotia? It's one of the two. This is all.
Yeah, well,
Moncton is New Brunswick.
The question is this:
Is Paul Doer a male or a female?
Hold on, let me see here. Who's Paul Doer? Oh, we're now. Nope. Now we're at David Brazil. So, these people.
We just lost Kyle again.
No, Kyle will come back. He'll be fine. Jocelyn Petitpas, Marshall. How the fudge do the frickin' Green Party get 3.3% of the vote? And I had to bust my ass to get 3% of the vote for the PPC. Bust their asses.
Yeah, you were up against the Space Cadet though.
Yeah, but the trend was cross Canada. It's branding. Just name yourself after a green-ish party. Like PPC, my only critique about the PPC is it sounds like a communist Chinese party. Like the PPC sounds like the CPC, which is unfortunate.
Did you have a get out the vote? Did you have a get out the vote group for election day?
I don't even know what that is, but we should just call it the GPC, the Green Party of Canada, and we'll get more votes. And make it green, not purple, because nobody cares about purple these days.
Yeah, you need a campaign manager, and you need a get out the vote team, and they're the guys who call all your identified supporters on election day to remind them to go down to the polling station to vote, and if they need a ride, they offer them a ride. That's get out the vote.
Conservative minority, that's the question. Liberal minority is up to 32%. Conservative minority is down to 12%. That was my question. So Maritimes, it'll be split 10-23, which I still think is good. You get to Quebec. Quebec is really going to determine whether or not it looks like it can be possibly a conservative minority.
Well, Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta will all close at the same time in just under 10 minutes now. And so you're going to see some big numbers start to cascade in anytime soon. And that's really going to give us an idea as to what the result's going to be. So interesting. The numbers I'm getting, I'm pulling my numbers from the Globe and Mail, and it's different than what is showing on CTV right now.
What do they look like?
22, 10, and 2.
22, 10, and 2. For what is
so 23 and 10 for on Global News there.
Is there one that is more accurate than the other? Should we switch feeds?
No, they're all about the same. I can even look at the actual Elections Canada site. Elections Canada has the same results as what you're seeing on Global News there.
Perfect.
2310. I'm not a big fan of the Globe and Mail at the best of times.
No, so that's
I set up
interesting.
a poll in YouTube just to see what people were voting for or wanted to vote for, because we got a pretty decent sized audience at the moment. About 3,000 votes. 3% voted for Liberals, 85% for Conservatives, 10% for PPC, and 2%.
I say this without judgment. That's just our audience capture. How many voted for PPC?
10%.
Yes, I mean it's
very early tonight too.
Yeah, but our audience will obviously over represent for PPC, and then to a lesser extent CPC. But
3,000 votes is a pretty darn good number.
Oh, hold on a second. Say that again, Steve.
3,000 people choosing to participate in a straw poll like that is pretty darn good, because the federal polling companies they go for like just over 1,000, and they can claim that theirs is 99.7% accurate 19 times out of 20. Now the difference is they always balance their results by gender, by location, and all that. The YouTube poll's a straw poll, and it represents those who chose to vote. So you've got a lot of biases coming in that you can't measure. And that's what I think was skewing a lot of the polls during the campaign as well. Those who are more motivated or those if you're really, really happy or really, really angry, those are the people who are going to respond to polls. Most people just hang up the phone.
Yeah. Now, Steve, Encryptus, what did you just say?
I was just about to say that it looks like Mark Carney is actually starting to drop a little bit in Poly Market, still at 100% in Kalshi for the next Prime Minister question.
Hold on, did you say 100%?
Oh yeah, that's what I was trying to show before.
The front door. Okay. Poly Market. He's not. He's at 100% in Poly Market.
No, Kalshi.
Kalshi. Oh, no. He's not at 100% in Kalshi. Hold on, let me get Kalshi.
Yeah, that's not manipulated.
No, it's not possible. Hold on a second. For Prime Minister, who will be the next Prime Minister? The Liberal Party. So he's at 80%. That's not 100, but that's.
This is the one I'm looking at. Which one am I supposed to be looking at?
Oh no, hold on. Let's see what you're looking at. Who will be the next Prime Minister of Canada? Dude, what is this, Kalshi? When is this from? No, that has to be very, very old. That's old. No, right now he's at 80% because he did bounce back up. Dude. Okay, hold on a second. Let me bring this one up because this is crazy. It's here. Who will be the next Prime Minister? Okay, good. Hold on, Encryptus. Let me bring. How do I share screen?
Oh, I've got it. Here, I've got it now.
Yeah, I just want. Yeah, that was from the that was. Okay, so here, but look at the bounce back because it dipped down and bounced back up. It's amazing. But the question is at this point, to engage in that level of manipulation, who's it going to impact? Like the Western provinces who are going to now go change their vote if they think Carney's going to win? It's 80-20, but look at that. Oh, they were so close. When was that? That was 2 hours ago. I see two people dancing. That's a joke. I see a candle holder.
Okay, I've pulled up my positions on the Poly Market right now, and will the Conservatives win the Canadian election by what is that one? 3% to 6%, and currently, I put down whatever it was, and it's I think I'm in the money with that one. Not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to lose the one where will the Conservative win the election by over 12%? I'm not going to win that one.
No, but the question is, assume the Liberals. It's going to be a Liberal minority or a Conservative minority. Very little chance for Conservative majority. Right now is trading at 6 cents. Whether or not it's even worth getting in there.
Majority is at 6 cents.
Yep, on Kalshi, Conservative majority.
That's a moon bet right there.
Yeah, but it's a moon bet. But how? Like what would it take for there to be a Conservative majority given current?
You got about 3 minutes to make that before that number changes a lot.
The only thing that make that happen is BC doesn't vote.
Well, no, but BC went 50%.
Ontario, we get surprising numbers out of Ontario as well.
Yeah, BC tends to flip and flop. BC will go, like, Lower Mainland's going to go quite strong NDP, I think. They normally do. Really? The island is definitely going to go NDP.
Sure, but they're not going conservative.
The Lower Mainland will split. The interior of BC, along through the Kootenays and the Rockies in that area, are going to go. They'll go a lot conservative. When you get up into the north, like the Prince George, Prince Rupert region, that's all going to go much more conservative. It always does.
So, but the question is this: like, conservative minority versus conservative majority. At least based on the betting markets, conservative majority is now up to 7%. It's up 1%. Conservative minority is at 14%. And if you have to, like, decide which one you want to bet on, the minority is encompassed in the majority, so you wouldn't have you get your inclusion there. If it's a majority, it includes the minority. You're at 13 cents on the dollar, and then it's a liberal minority, which is the alternative, at 37 cents, up 15 cents now.
Yeah, it's really tough to. I really don't like to try and predict an election result off the betting markets, because this is just what people think the result's going to be. That doesn't. I don't think that means anything.
No, but the only question is
the betting markets are controlled with money too. So, like Viva, you and I were talking about this can actually be like a sophisticated element, recognizing, especially with what happened in the last election in America. This is an area where you can influence the outcome and hold off an eventuality by
1 minute
perception.
Yeah, the only question is, though, betting has no. I don't think betting has an impact on the outcome right now. The only question is if you want some, like, maximize easy chances of with 1 minute. I'm just looking at it on my end. Like, I think I'm done because I don't know what the hell I'm doing anymore. But liberal minority is at 36%. Liberal majority is down to 43%. Conservative minority 15%. Conservative minority 8-1 versus conservative majority, which would be 7. It'll be like 18-1. The conservative majority. How does that happen at this point in time? You got to get.
It depends it depends on Ontario. Like they're going to come really close to sweeping Alberta. That's guaranteed. That's 26 seats right there. You need 172 to win a majority. That's your bare minimum. So you need Saskatchewan, which will go quite strongly conservative as well. You need Manitoba, which is going to split between the Conservatives, a little bit of Liberal, and a couple of NDP if the NDP are lucky. And then it's rural Ontario, 905, 519, and Northern Ontario, some of Northern Ontario. That's really going to determine if the outside of Toronto goes strongly conservative, then you could, in theory, see a conservative majority, depending on what happens in Quebec. Now, if the Conservatives do not get any seats in Quebec, then their majority hopes are pretty much shot, I think. It depends. So it depends on Ontario and Quebec. We'll have to see. It's now 1 minute past closing time for the polls, so now the results are really going to start to come in. And, of course, my Elections Canada feed just crapped out.
Well, maybe we're going to have to bring it back.
We've got a comment that says voter turnout was reportedly strong. So
that's a good sign.
Favor the Conservatives, I think.
Yeah. Is that it? Well, if that's a good sign, how good of a sign is it? Because some people say it's a good sign for the Liberals.
Both the Liberals and the Conservatives especially have very strong get out the vote movements. I've been involved with the Conservatives, the Reform Party, the Canadian Alliance on the get out the vote. They know what they're doing there. And it's just a matter of how strongly and how well they can get their vote out.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, people are going to be pushing to get out the vote because the Liberals are saying, hey, we don't want to lose this thing. And the Conservatives are saying, remember, if you don't vote, Mark Carney just might win. which is what I actually put in X today as a public post, reminding everybody, reminding the Liberals to stay home and reminding the Conservatives to get out and vote. Because if you don't vote, Mark Carney might win.
I'm reluctant to even make those.
That's it. I mean, if for every one vote that you get out, if you can convince one vote on the other side to stay home.
Yeah, voter suppression is not the way to do it. But
well, understanding that Mark CBDC Carney is essentially a banker, and as a banker, is not just a retail banker. He's a central banker. They are literally the cancer of the earth. They have been holding us back from extreme prosperity and abundance through manipulation, through sucking the wealth out of nations and giving it to their friends.
I'm seeing the results starting to pour in now. Conservatives are up to 14 to 25 to 4.
Out of which province? What are we at now? We're
now starting to see Quebec and Ontario and Manitoba and Saskatchewan and Alberta coming in. It's really going to come in fast now.
Oh, and I gotta drop for a couple minutes too.
Go for it. Get out of here. Don't worry.
I'll come back.
We'll be here. Nobody's going anywhere.
What I can say is,
anything
Pierre
knows,
who said what now?
What was that?
Any message to send over to the boys at Rebel?
Oh, you're going over to Rebel?
Yeah,
say hi to Ezra for me.
Say hi to Ezra for all of us, and say hi to Uncle Mark, and say we hope you lose your frickin' riding in the PN, you son of a. He's riding in the PN, right? Okay, enjoy Rebel.
You're the Rebel. Love you.
I love him. I feel like he's got like Superman tattooed on his chest is what I feel like I'm looking at.
It kind of looks like that, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, so
some new super chats in your DMs.
New super chats in the DM of Rumble. Oh no, this is on Twitter. Roger Malone, $20 super chat says, "Keep up the good work." Boys Hingis says 54% to 46% libs poly market right now. PPC 5% doable. No, I don't think so. The PPC in 2021 got to 3.2%. If they get more than the last time, that would be amazing because maybe they'll get a seat. But I don't want to get ahead of. I don't think they're going to get more than they did in 2021, and it's not because I don't like them. It was a snap election. They didn't fill the roster, so they had like 250 candidates for the 343 seats. Just because it was called quickly, and it favors the ones who can mobilize quickly and who have the deep pockets. But if the
fundraising.
If the PPC even gets one freaking seat, it would be a miracle, and it'll be a wonderful miracle.
Well, PPC is currently sitting at popular vote wise. PPC is sitting at 0.8% of the popular vote nationwide. Of all the votes counted.
Yeah, thus far, Maritime.
Thus far. And whichever ridings are reporting in from Quebec and Ontario and whatnot. And we're really starting to see the results coming in fast now.
Well, we're going to need to interpret these as they come in.
But, and you can see like this graph that I've got up on my screen here, that is showing the number of seats, and it's gonna curve around because the bottom the midpoint is if any one of the parties passes, where is it? It's roughly this point here on the graph. This is roughly the midpoint. This is your majority point here. When I've actually got it toned down a little bit now.
Hold on. Let me encrypt this. Is your backdrop or is it mine? Can I take this out? Disable? No, I don't want to.
Yeah, you can just switch to your screen. You're not actually sharing. Once you share it, it'll take over.
Oh, here we go. Okay,
there we go. Okay, so let me move. I'm going to move this over a little bit now. This graph here.
Hold on. What is this sorcery that I'm looking at? How are you overlaying this image on your body right now, sir?
OBS.
Shut the front door. I'm not getting OBS because that sounds like IBS, which is irritable bowel syndrome or obstructive bowel syndrome.
It's called Open Broadcaster Software.
Okay, it's kind of
Open Broadcaster Software. So this graph here, which is now here in front of me, this is the midpoint. This is I've now adjusted the graph to where is it? Because I'm looking at my screen, and of course it goes left is right and right is left here. This is the midpoint. So when anybody crosses this line here, Any one color passing this point here is they're in majority territory. So will be interesting to see. So right now we're sitting at 30, 32, 22, and 8, according to the Globe and Mail.
Okay, interesting.
There. So, and all this is this is just a good graph that I'm importing from Excel.
Okay, that's very cool. Okay, so
So it's really hard to say. Like everything hinges on Ontario and Quebec.
Between the two of them, Ontario's got population of 16 million, give or take. Quebec 9 million. That's half of Canada. More than half.
Yeah, give or take. Yeah, I'm not sure what the numbers are. Alberta will not fight like hell to stay Canadian. Alberta is the province that's most likely to succeed alcohol holocaust. Just wanted to throw that out there. I did see that comment because I live here in Alberta, and I could tell you, should Mark Carney win, I will be AB51, baby. Hashtag AB51.
What is Alberta 51?
Yep.
Mark Carney wins even in a minority capacity?
If he stays prime minister after all the dust settles, if there's a minority parliament, then I'm out of here. Like I'm looking at a couple of options. There's a place in Honduras called Prospera, which is a business-friendly city with its own laws. I'm also looking at moving to the States if necessary. But Mark Carney wins. I'm putting my affairs in order. My daughter is 16. When she's 18, I'm much more ready to go at that point. It'll take me a couple of years, but I will be out of here.
It's wild. Let me just see what's going on with this, and
so. It's not looking good.
A bunch of new numbers are coming in.
So let's
26 and 9.
Let's bring back the back screen. Who's going to do this? Encryptus, are you doing this?
Yeah, you have to share it. You have to bring it back in.
I have to share? What the hell, sir? Oh, I just saw Okay, this is looking very good. I think. Bloc Québécois, okay, thus far has gotten 8 seats.
Oh, we got our first NDP on the board.
Can you believe that the Bloc Québécois, a federal party dedicated to the separation of Quebec from the Federation, has now got a third thus far of the East of the votes of the Conservative? That always flabbergasts me.
Yep. What the?
Conservative minority. So Conservative majority.
You have to. Yeah. Oh, you're looking at the poly market again?
Yeah, I'm just looking. I'm just saying, like, in terms of the Conservative majority, still is at 6 cents. So it doesn't look like.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's getting a majority tonight. I think basically Canada's going to accomplish the same thing that they accomplished in 2021, which is nothing.
That makes Canadians dumb. I'm sorry. That makes the Canadians who continue to vote for these effing scoundrels unintelligent, political amnesiacs, or I'm gonna go. It's not yet an official sponsor, but we've got paleo sticks. I'm gonna have a paleo stick.
Paleo sticks.
Oh God, teeth are not tools.
You've had more to eat than I have, David.
Well, right now I'm just going to use my spider. What do you got there?
Here in the glass? Deanston Scotch. But I've had one English muffin for supper. I'm going to be eating after we're done the stream tonight.
That's going to be late. I will not necessarily be until midnight. Might just tune out, but.
Well, you can only do this for so long before you start driving yourself crazy.
Presumably, the trend Quebec and Ontario will be determinant if it's in favor of the Conservatives. If it's not, then you got to see how the other provinces perform to the west. If it's conservative leaning heading into Ontario goes into.
Well, we're seeing all of those provinces coming in together now. Because this is where we're going to get the ball. BC is going to close in. Let's see. When do the next polls close? I think BC.
2 hours.
Is it 2 hours? Or is it 1 hour?
I don't know.
Time to look that up.
While you have a mouthful of meat, I believe there is a rubber band that way.
So while David chews on his food, Brave AI is telling me that BC hours are from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. local time. So that's going to be 8 p.m. That's 20 minutes from now, roughly. So BC will start coming in.
I'm not going to choke live on TV. Although I did get something stuck in the back of my throat. All right, hold on a second here. Let's do this.
Yeah.
J Zambonga, 78 says, sending my best energy to Canada. Chet Chisholm, who is a longtime member of our community, my mole up in Canada. This quote, I feel, sums up Canadian politics.
It's a YouTube link.
Yeah, let me just go get that one afterwards. Chet, I hope you're doing well. 101 Play Wow says, first time watching, few questions. Does Canada allow ballot harvesting? No, I mean, the ballot harvesting in Canada would have to consist of destroying ballots and recreating new ballots. And at that point, you're talking about total lawlessness.
I'm not even sure what ballot harvesting means.
So what they're talking about is a group gathering of ballots. Where like old folks' homes, the things it's illegal in many states here, but they've kind of let it happen.
Yeah, that's not allowed here. If you need to vote any other way than at an advance poll or at the voting station on polling day, then you have to go down to the Elections Canada office anywhere in the country and vote by what's called special ballot. And they give you a little box to write the name of the person you're voting in. Of course, they have to do the research as to who's running in that particular in your home constituency, and you write that person's name in, and you put it in an envelope, and then you sign it, and then you put it in another envelope, or you put it in your ballot envelope, then you put it in another envelope, and you sign the outside of that second envelope, and it's called a special ballot, and that's the only other way that you can vote. And I know this because I did that one in 2019.
It is. Excuse me, it's not to be like protective of the Canadian system. It's just better. The federal level is just better than the American system. There's no machines. There's no vote flipping on the machines. And there's paper trails, two pieces of ID, double crossing off. If it's going to be fortification, it's literally going to be destroying the ballots and then replacing them with something, which is not going to happen. So,
yeah. Once the ballot goes into the ballot box, that's it. You're done.
Okay, and then we got, did Trump have a positive or negative impact on the election? How long do you think the results will take? We'll know. I think we'll know by tomorrow. The negative impact or the positive impact of Trump, that's the wrong question. It was Trump acted. Did the response have a negative or positive impact? Because Trump can do something, and depending on how you respond to it, the impact will be different. So I've been saying from the beginning, I believe Pierre screwed up Trump's involvement. Trump got himself involved by making statements. He's a president. He's going to. And I believe that cannon. Steve and I will disagree. We agree. He's a loose cannon. I like that loose cannon.
I didn't say I didn't like it.
I know. I should not. That was not. I believe that loose cannon could have had a very positive impact for the Conservatives, but I believe that Pierre fumbled that ball. Whether or not it was ever possible for the Conservatives to get a majority.
I think he did the best he could with a bad situation.
Encryptus, Chrystia Freeland was a journalist for the Washington Post. I believe that is true. I'm going to fact check that on Griffon. Croissant. Okay. And I'm fairly certain she was a journalist for the, oh, there we go. Do we put this on? Is this my computer? And that's Encryptus's.
It's mine. I'm sure.
You want to put the audio?
Pay for YouTube Premium, Viva?
Are you crazy? I'm not giving any more.
Exactly.
Dude, how do you know it's? Oh, it says
premium.
Okay, shit. That was wondering. I was like, why does he get the premium? I got courtesy CTV News. No, I'm not giving YouTube any of my money. Encryptus happened. Okay, this is looking very good. That it will be a big fat no to a liberal majority. That seems pretty much in the bag.
Yeah, they're a bit low on the liberal seat count right there. Because it's I got the Globe and Mail site up, and they're saying the Liberals are sitting at 53.
Well, that would make
and the Block's at 11 right now on the Globe and Mail site.
Can you? Okay, so it's not determinant of the ass shellacking that the NDP is going to get. but it's looking bad for the NDP.
Oh, they're down to 2. They're at 1.
That fudging guy.
And that is actually,
you're so getting in trouble.
I know. I'm just waiting for him to bust down the door to my office.
The thing is, right? Like
Jagmeet Singh should he will burn in hell, but he'll have his pension. Good for him.
The thing is, the NDP. It looks like if the trends are, this is still fairly early. Like we're not going to know for a little bit yet, but the trends seem to be that the NDP is not going to be holding the balance of power.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, Pierre could end up as prime minister.
Explain that part. If the NDP, because if the NDP doesn't hold the balance of power, presumably their votes, or their NDP's votes have shifted to the Liberals, and then they get.
I'm talking in seats again.
Okay, because so hold on. Explain that to the thick man.
The way this works is the most important thing is the number of seats that your party gets in the House of Commons.
So you're saying in any riding, if the NDP goes to the Liberals, it makes no difference if the Liberals would have won that riding anyhow, because
correct. Because once you only need one vote to win the seat.
Eventually, Steve, I'll get it. I understand that now. Is that and
that's why I've been saying a vote for the PPC is a vote for the Liberals, because every vote that goes from the PPC, from the Conservatives to the PPC, because that's where it's going to come from.
No, but hold on. I'm going to stop you there. The NDP had seats before. So if they lose seats, someone's picking that seat up.
Correct. And it's most likely going to be the Liberals.
Yeah. And in which case, the NDP might have had control for a coalition, but if they lose their seats to the Liberals pick it up. They might not get a majority by the way it's looking, but they might get, I don't know, is there a word for a strong minority?
There is. It depends. Like right now, the Globe and Mail says the Liberals are sitting at 64. We're still more than 100 away. They're still more than 100 away from a majority, though. The
majority is two.
Magic number is 172. That's 50% of the House of Commons, because it's all that matters is the number of seats that you get in the House of Commons, because we do not elect our government, we elect our legislature, and then the legislature, the leader of the party with the most number of seats, gets first crack at forming a government.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how the parliamentary system works. It's quite different from the way the American system works, because our cabinet, which is the government, is the cabinet, sits as members of the legislature, which is very different from the way it works in the States.
Yeah. Okay. That's good. Let me see some of the chat. Is anyone going to mind if I
hyphen is first past the post, not first to the post, first past the post.
In the Belfry says Chinese and East Indian influence upon political parties in Canada is rampant. There's no question about that. My wife was fired. What does that have to do with the First Amendment? Idiots. It says Liberty Guard. That's not okay. PPC make conservatives conservative. Yeah, Jeff Tyndall. Max is trying to save a drowning man. Says forced name change. Most PPC voters would not have voted for conservatives. A lot of PPC voters are people who usually don't vote because they're disgusted with the current options. It says Q.
I don't know how true that is.
I think that's true, but I mean I'm biased because I think you're not splitting a vote you don't get. I think you're just.
Well, I voted PPC before. I voted PPC last time. It made absolutely no difference, and I knew it wouldn't make a difference. But I voted PPC because I knew Justin was going to get his minority.
But not that I don't know where you live, but your riding goes Liberal.
No, my riding goes conservative, very conservative. And I knew that was going to be, it was a foregone conclusion. Like Western Canada, where I live, it's a foregone conclusion. There's no point. Like the Liberals put on a show, but they don't get anywhere. And that's just the way it is. The block's seems to have stalled at 10, but for now. Anyway, but I voted PPC in 2021 because I wasn't 100% sure. 2019, it was a bit different. 2021, I voted PPC because, to be honest, the principles of the PPC I generally agree with. It's just the stakes are now too high, in my view, for Canada because of the vote splitting thing, and I just did not want to risk electing a Liberal and having my vote go somewhere that's not going to help a Conservative from winning the seat.
So the next polls are closing in 10 minutes.
Correct.
And that's going to be. That's not going to be. Hold on. What riding is that going to be? That's 10 minutes is.
That's going to be BC.
So we're counting
BC and Yukon.
So Quebec, Ontario, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Alberta have been closed for some time now. They're just tallying the reports.
20 minutes.
Okay.
So this is where this is what I keep saying. The bulk of the election results are now coming in. And it's 74, like leading or elected, which means that they're ahead in the race, but they haven't crossed the threshold and been declared elected yet. And now it's really starting to speed up because it's now 77 to 55 for the Liberals to the Conservatives. So it'll be quite interesting to see. I'm going to declutter this down a little bit.
Someone in our locals community, I'm pretty sure this gets you sent to hell. Like I didn't do this, but that gets you sent to hell. I'm going to be the next pope of the Vatican. Oh gosh, this is what I look like when I lose my hair.
Yeah, but you're also Jewish.
Yeah, well, I mean, I was going to make some very, very politically incorrect jokes right about there, but I won't do it. Yeah, this is oddly enough what my dad looks like, kind of. All right, I'm going to stop the screen share. That's terrible. So,
you gotta take it when you're a celebrity, Viva.
Well, I just look old and. Can we put on the audio? Shediac, New Brunswick. I've been to Shediac. They have the world's largest lobster in Shediac.
You might play in cabinet?
Of course he hasn't.
I hate this guy.
The Prime Minister would never do that. I'm excited tonight to have been reelected as the Member of Parliament for Beausejour.
Can't stand him either. He's an attack
Mr.
dog.
Carney, if he becomes Prime Minister at the end of the evening, I'm confident he will be. We'll decide who he wants to serve with him. I'm just happy to be reelected tonight in my riding.
Yeah, but, okay, now we can mute
just
it.
Today,
this is the jackass. This is the jackass who promised to steal your guns and give them to Ukraine. Like literally,
he's not getting mine. And I know that you didn't read my comment, and I know why you didn't read it, and I am not going to go any further than say that they just not getting mine.
Boating. It's the infamous boating accident. Holy, Mr. Illuminati says Romans 13:1, the ESV, which is the ESV,
English Standard Version.
English Standard Version. For there is no authority except from God, and those that exist have been instituted by God. I like it. Massive educational change, which will probably come only after massive revival awakening. That is what is needed, and then change in structure. So, Encryptus, do I hear you?
You got a couple more super chats in your games.
El super chat.
The last one you read was from Boise Hingis. There's two more.
Bro doesn't know OBS. I'm supposed to read this from Pietro Vieira. I know what OBS stands for. It stands for an obstetrician. That's what looks in the woman's vagina to make sure there's a baby in there.
That's OBGYN.
I know what an OBS is, okay? It's an obstetrician. No, I know what OBS is in that I don't want to have anything to do with it. Get Barris in here, says Svi Hansis. Let me see if I can get Barris in here. Invite.
Has Barris been commenting on the federal Canadian election?
Yeah, I think he's been. Let me see.
Oh my God.
Yeah. What happened?
You need to look in the locals chat and bring that one up.
Oh, am I going to be unhappy? Is it going
to
be?
You're going to laugh and be unhappy.
You know what's funny about this? This is exactly what I would look like as a religious Jew as well. Like there's a religious Jew and Indian Viva are going to look very much the same. Holy hell.
Oh, yeah. Viva's converted to Sikhism.
Oh, my goodness.
Jug meat fry.
Let me just... I think I could look like that tomorrow morning if I tried. Okay, I'm gonna take that out of here. Holy hell! What was I looking at? I was going. I got distracted. I was in the DMs. So Pietro Vieira says Viva doesn't know. Bro doesn't know OBS. I don't. Get Barris in here. That's what you distracted me on, as I was about to go to Barris. We'll see if we can get Barris here. That'd be great. Barris.
That'd be interesting. I've never talked to Barris.
Oh, Barris is awesome. Here, let me do this.
Yeah.
If you
Barnes again, I never talked to Kyle either.
With Barnes as well, and may join us as well.
Well, then that would be great. That would give me time to go eat some dinner while bourbon with Barnes carries the. Okay, so we got that. I'm going down here now. Where was I? And I was in Agent Guru. Prediction for the upcoming administration, says Manny Rivas. Prediction for the upcoming administration in Canada? I don't know. It would be great if Carney loses his riding in Nepean. Very unlikely, but let's just say it happens with the vote splitting. What happens? Someone has to give him their seat?
Yeah, that's the most likely outcome. What they tend to do is like during a federal election, all bets are off. So every party will run as many as candidates as they possibly can. But if the party changes leaders between elections, what'll generally happen is someone who's sitting in a fairly safe seat will voluntarily give up their seat just to get the leader of the party into the House of Commons in a by-election. And sometimes that even happens. Like someone will resign their seat if somebody loses their seat, if the leader loses a seat in the in a federal election, in a general election as well. I'm seeing a lot of comments saying that Canadians are idiots for voting Liberal. It is not even close to being over yet, folks. So, we don't want a final judgment on the election until we know. Like I keep saying this, don't count your votes and before the polls have closed. Now the polls have closed, the votes are being counted, but there is 343 seats up for grabs and anything can happen. Still, nobody is going to know until that last vote is canceled, or at least until it gets called one way or the other, and it could be a fairly long night. So,
well, what just happened that the Kalshi markets now have rebounded to Liberal majority is now at 65%.
Is it down or is it up?
No. It's up from where it was down at. It was at it went down to 40%. Now it's back up to 65. So what results just came in that are
it's just Ontario
that Arnie has been in the same question. He's at 90% as prime minister.
Well, yeah, he's going to be prime minister after the election regardless. Even if he loses tonight, he'll still be prime minister until he resigns.
Liberal majority is back up to 63%.
Well, that's because people are looking at the trends and they're thinking it's going to continue.
Yeah, that's interesting. All right, well, let's
get that guy off my screen.
Oh God, oh God, look at her.
While you're wanting to get rid of that Viva, you should look at another meme and bring that up
too. Let me see if I want to bring it up. So we got Hindu Viva. We've got I got the Sikh Viva. Oh, now we got Freeland Viva. This is Viva Frei, Viva Freiland. Und ja, wir bringen uns. Oh, look how beautiful,
Fraulein.
Dude, if I'm doing it better than Dylan Mulvaney. Although my hands, those are. Yeah, we're good. So hold on now. 89 to 64 says Stephen Goldstein.
94, 67, 13.
94, 67, 13, which is going to be the more accurate. Yeah. So, and now we're into Ontario. So that's interesting because it's not going to keep up. Say, let me see here. Canada is fucked. I get to say that because I'm reading a chat. Says FIM 66. Yeah. Well,
it's not like your kids don't know the words already.
Oh, no, they've heard me say it more than once. Psalm 33:10, English Standard Version, English Short Version. The Lord bring the counsel of the nations to nothing. What does that mean? The Lord brings the counsel of the nations to nothing.
The Lord is the boss. So that's kind of...
Yeah, no, it is interesting. You presume people are going to be seeing like the bump from Quebec, Ontario, and then presume it's going to carry on. So, Stephen, I had on Remanded, who's been doing some decent journalism out of British Columbia.
Right.
BC went 44% conservative in the last provincial election, which doesn't make sense to me because that means to me that the Conservatives in British Columbia are not conservatives. Do you have any understanding of that?
BC is an interesting place. It's called we call it the left coast for a reason. BC, it's there was never for the longest time there was no conservative party in BC. It's in fact, like Gordon Campbell, who got a DUI in Hawaii, actually, I think, was the Liberal premier of BC, and he was pretty much the most conservative of all the candidates. BC is very, very loony left. Like I think they've got a Green Party government in BC right now, if I'm not mistaken. I could be, but it's either NDP or Green, and they tend to go Green or Liberal or NDP. There's a new Conservative Party starting out in BC, but it's like federally and provincially, they also tend to split a little bit too.
But my question was like, what does conservative mean out of British Columbia? Because when I was interviewing the remanded and they were talking about how they were not challenging the elections, the outcome of the election, which took like over a month to count using Dominion voting machines, all sorts of irregularities. And I was like, oh, how did they go from 0 conservative seats in 2021 or whatever it was to 44, which is almost 50%, and they're not fighting tooth and nail for power? And then I said, maybe they're not true conservatives in any meaningful sense.
Now, is it actually a conservative party that these guys are, or are these guys like the Liberal Party of BC?
I don't know. That was my question in it. But by the way, here I'm Encrypted. I'm going to give you this. No, I can do this.
Can you switch the screen back?
Yeah, but go Encrypted. I'm going to give you this because I want to bring up Pleb, who's at the HQ for the Conservatives.
Sure.
Here.
No, this is Pleb on his live stream, or is this Pleb?
Yeah, Pleb on his live stream is live streaming from, and he DM'd me and said, "You go ahead and use my stream if you want." And I said, "Good," because I don't want to be talking all night. I want to go stuff my face with some food that's not a chicken.
Don't blame you.
Stick. Yeah, I'm gonna do that in a second. So if we can bring that up, because I think they seem to think it's going back to a liberal majority is at 62% now. That will be obviously the only outcome that will make me puke.
Well, it's not. It's starting to slow. It's starting to like. I just don't know. Like the NDP are not going to be a force in this one.
Yeah, but the problem is if they're not a force because all of their seats have gone to the Conservatives. That's the Liberals. Sorry, that's a big problem.
Well, there's going to be some overlap in some of the ridings anyway.
Okay, well, let's see here. Oh, I love when they touch their freaking screens like CNN. Like, look at this guy.
So he thinks he's cool.
I have Pleb stream up. He's literally showing a camera, showing a TV screen of the global news feed.
Okay, so fine. So that's fine. So we'll stick.
I'll keep an eye on it in case something comes up.
The Most High rules the kingdom of men, Daniel 4:17. A lot of biblical verses here. Hoping your Trump guy wins, Eric G 104. Yeah, the only problem is he's not really a Trump guy, but
the markets have changed. It's showing liberal majority is on the rise.
Oh yeah,
is top.
Yeah, the Carney being PM, that's it's just if it's a conservative, if it's a liberal majority, that's the end of Canada.
Well, it's the end of Canada. Canada's done. Like Canada will be dead to me.
The liberal majority is up. Was that 8 points in the last half hour?
Yeah, but they were down to 39%. They were down to like, and but it is true. They're fat. People are reacting to the numbers coming out of Quebec and Ontario. Let me see this guy here. This guy got my attention because it's all in caps. Holy shit. Are you guys paying attention to what the state media is doing? They call incumbents leading with no votes counted. I guess that depends on the ridings and whether or not they just like westbound NDG. They don't need to wait to count them. They just know the liberal shithead won. Shoothead, the pooper face, the urine.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, it's like if it's a strong, safe liberal seat, then they're going to call it with no votes counted. That said, they tend to say leading or elected, which means, which doesn't mean very much. It means that the person is in the lead in the count, in the tally of the votes as they moving forward. So there's no real, it doesn't really mean much. So they're not counted because if there's no votes counted, it does not count as either leading or elected. It still says ridings to report. So, for example, on the screen there, CTV or Global rather is saying that there's 140 ridings to report. That's going to be all the liberal incumbents, all the conservative incumbents who are running for re-election, but they just haven't reported any results yet.
Got a super chat from CommieTube that says, Viva, my Canadian parents in Florida registered to vote before the cutoff, but got no ballot in the mail. What gives? I can attest to the delays of a snap election in terms of triggering foreigners abroad to vote and how short those delays were. Cannot confirm as to what gives, Vane. But what if it's a riding in which it might come down to one vote? I mean, they get angry, but it was I'm telling you, the diabolical nature of having called such a quick snap election was diabolical, like meticulously diabolical in every single respect.
I saw it coming.
Yeah, you see it coming. I'm an idiot. I thought Carney would hold on to power for as long as he could, drag it out into September, and then try to pass whatever.
He would have been able to.
Yeah, that's the thing, because then what's his face? Jagmeet got his pension and would have triggered a non-confidence vote.
Yeah, and Jagmeet basically sacrificed his party for his pension.
Yep, he sacrificed his country for his pension.
Well, that too.
May he live forever, as they say in Sparta.
May he live forever, wallowing in the shame and regret of everything that he did.
So they got to get to 172 for the majority. What's if we may hear the vapid bullshit coming out of this guy's face, Encryptus?
The results are coming in, Donna. That 17 is getting closer to that majority number of 18. None of it is final, but it shows that the Liberals are beginning to pick up the possibility of making it much closer towards them getting a majority than the Conservatives catching up and forming government, which is not how it looked when we were first kind of looking at Atlantic Canada.
Okay, Eric, thanks. And just an overall count, Liberals now leading or elected in 115 ridings, the Conservatives in 82, the BQ in 15, and the NDP in 4. And all the polls are closed now across the country, so those numbers are going to keep populating down there. Let's go to Mercedes Stevenson and the political panel.
It's
Mercedes,
really come in fast now.
Thanks, Donna. Well, our first opportunity. And we'll say, holy cow, how's that person winning or how are they losing? Yeah. It's 5 polls reporting. But even more importantly, even when you get to half the polls reporting, who's left? Yeah. And is your vote coming that's left, or is it not? And that's what you learn as folks that have been through a couple of elections.
They're just emotional grinder. Well, this be verbal diarrhea now. Yeah, so that's all right. Well, that's it. So now it's going to be a question of how quickly we know if it's a majority or not.
Yeah, and it's really gonna come in quickly. Like we're gonna know I expect we'll know for sure within an hour
of whether or not it's gonna be majority.
Yes, the decision desk at the various networks will call the result very soon, like within the hour, I suspect, because it's really gonna pile in.
There are comments coming in saying CTV has already called a Liberal win.
A Liberal what?
The comment was CTV calls a Liberal win, whatever that means.
Well, Liberal win.
Well, I think that's pretty much. I think you don't know for sure, but it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, but a Liberal win. The question is a Liberal minority or a Liberal majority, like a win versus Madge.
A win doesn't necessarily mean a majority, of course.
If the Liberals, I was just reading the comments.
Yeah, well,
we have some idiots in our comments too. So one guy says, "Trump fucked Canada, so fuck Trump."
Oh, okay, good for him. I mean, Trump didn't do anything to Canada.
Exactly.
Trump is Trump. Trump will do what Trump does. And the thing is, as Pierre said, he can't control Trump, but he can control how we react, what we do about what Trump says and does. So. He's going to focus on what he can control.
Are they calling it?
Who's
like right now? We're looking at
or minority, but Global News is projecting that the Conservatives can't win enough seats at this point to form a government.
Yeah.
So we'll have Eric. Did you have thoughts on that?
Well, what they're saying is they can't catch up to where the Liberals are at the moment. The Liberals are ahead by it looks like 39 votes. 39 ridings. Now, these numbers can change. Some ridings are close, but what I've noticed...
We're just looking at the Liberal headquarters there, we should quickly say, and then we'll get to Mackenzie.
When you watch these numbers climb through the evening on an election night, those numbers will change, that 127, that 89, but they tend to be within a little range of like plus or minus 5. And right now, the Conservatives would just have to make up too many, I think, is the decision desk. Deciding that there's just too many ridings to make up ground on to catch the Liberals.
Okay, let's go to Mackenzie Gray, who was there at Liberal headquarters. Mackenzie.
Yeah, Donna, big cheer went out when the call was made that the Liberals will win the most seats in this election. Of course, Mark Carney is still hoping for a majority government. That is a word that he only said once at a rally in Kitchener earlier in the campaign. Then his preferred term was that he'd look for a strong mandate to take on Donald Trump. The Liberals still think that a majority is possible at this point in time and a lot more votes to count. But fundamentally, this is one of the biggest political comebacks in Canadian political history. If you would have talked at the start of the year that the Liberals would have been able to win this election, most political observers, and probably myself included, would have thought you were crazy. Polls were showing at that point in time, just before Justin Trudeau quit as Prime Minister, that the Liberals could end up being the fourth party behind the Bloc Québécois, behind the NDP, and the Conservatives would have had a supermajority at that point in time. But Mark Carney has been able to orchestrate a major comeback. The Conservatives unable to adapt their campaign to deal with Mr. Carney's new approach to things relative to Justin Trudeau. And it'll yet to be seen if the Liberals were able to get that strong mandate and majority that Mr. Carney is looking for.
All right, Mackenzie Gray, thank you. We should point out 172 is what the Liberals need.
Like, obviously, we're going to see as the numbers come in, but I do not agree that it's not possible. It depends on which ridings are still to report, which I just don't know based on the results that we're looking at. All we know is that how many are coming. Now they're really cascading in now. But how could any sane person vote Liberal? That's what I'm wondering. Want to sponsor me, Viva?
Kalshi is up to 80% Liberal majority, and Polymarket is 99%.
No way.
It doesn't mean much. Like 133 to 93. I think it goes without saying that at this point, I am prepared to say that the Liberals are going to have the largest block of seats in the House. That does not mean that they are going to be the government moving forward. And Pierre did not run the worst campaign in history. The worst campaign in history was run by Kim Campbell. No, I take that back. The worst campaign in history was run by Stéphane Dion.
I can't even keep track of the care of this. I want to bring this up. This is exactly like CNN. How do you not see what's happening right in front of your eyes? What that they're announcing the wrong vote? Hey, look. Okay, good. Anyhow, it's not even a question of I told you so. Holy hell! Congrats, Canada. I mean, at the very least, it's going to be a Liberal minority
in the short term, like until the House convenes, and whether Pierre can sit down with the leader of the Bloc Québécois, what's his name, Yves
Blanchette, yeah.
Yves Blanchette, and decide if they're going to try and work together to get these guys out, and what Pierre would be. And Pierre did do some podcasts, Ricky Rich. Anyway,
well, anyways, we'll
see. Like, we'll see.
No, but it's just, anyways, it's not a question of I told you so. There's no joy in any of this.
No,
how stupid do people have to be?
Well, it doesn't mean that I'm still hopeful that Pierre will be able to take the House away from the Liberals. And if he can do so at least for 2 years, then and govern effectively for 2 years with a minority supported by the Bloc, then go into an election in 2 years' time, then history tends in a situation like that where there is a agreement, then history has shown time and again that there's been Ron Rooney, that the winner tends to be the party that was in power.
Snuggle Struggle says, it's looking like Canada collectively chose government-assisted suicide. The nation itself was offered medical assistance in dying, I guess.
Though the Conservatives are coming on strong right now. Like, we're at 98 now to 136.
It doesn't...
it's going to be a nail-biter.
Nail biter for what? For majority or for minority?
It's going to be, well, it's a nail biter for, like, as I said, the Liberals at 136, assuming that's what they come into that's what they end up at. They could end up in the 140s for all I know. But it all depends on, and the blocks kept starting to make a showing here because they're up to 20. So 99 and 20 is 119, right? So 119 to 135, 138 if you count the NDP with the Liberals. It all hinges on what happens and who can get their caucus, their parliamentary caucus past that magic number of 172. Like the chat's sort of going doom and gloom right now because it doesn't look, the Conservatives are now at 100. But it's like there's only a 35 seat difference. And yes, 172 is the magic number. And it depends on tomorrow, over the next couple of weeks, while there's the parliamentary wrangling to see if the opposition parties can get together and actually agree on something where Pierre and Yves can form a government, or if Yves is going to go and support the Liberals, if the Liberals are going to give him more goodies. I wouldn't actually, it may not surprise me to see the Liberals go with the bloc to go with the Liberals, because the Liberals know how to spend Western Canada's money on Quebec. It's all up in the air right now.
I just cannot believe how bloody stupid people can be.
Well, I think I'm a little bit more hopeful than you are right now.
Yeah, you are. I mean, the fact that it's amazing. People have stopped voting Green, stopped voting NDP, and all those dumbasses went over to the Libs. Why even do that? You're rewarding the Libs for 10 years. I'm sorry. Yeah, Canada's getting what they voted for. The only problem is so are many other Canadians who don't deserve it.
I think it was Don McDonald who wrote a book called Up the Hill or On the Hill or something. He was a finance minister under Trudeau, I think. Pierre Elliott Trudeau, that is. And he wrote, "Every democracy gets the government it deserves," and how right he is. So, like, should the Liberals do? 100%
right, Steve.
Yeah, should the Liberals form a majority the next 4 years, whether I'm in Canada or not? Every time something goes wrong, I will be reminding Canadians, this is what you voted for. You voted for this. This is your fault.
They won't even take. Nobody will take responsibility for it. They'll just blame Trump. It's all Trump's fault.
Well, Mark Carney. That's too easy. That's too easy.
No, but that's what people want. Let me go over to Rumble here. The Rumble chats I haven't been putting. I do have them up here. Let me bring this up.
That's a nasty chat that I just saw go past.
MK Telephone Man says, "Just pray God's will be done." God's will. I thought it was will be done.
Your will be done. From the
Chet
Lord's
Chisholm
Prayer.
says, look on the bright side, Dave. Your Vero might get some super cool and based new neighbors. Yeah, gorgeous.
I might be living down there soon.
Come down, dude. It's the Canada's not going to be safe it's not even safe now. But Gorgeous Mayhem says, "Hey guys, what is the approximate percentage chance Alberta joins the states? That's years. That's years in the making. If it happens,
that's years in the making. It's got to go through a
provincial referendum. Got to get federal approval. It's got to have a judicial problems. You go through the courts.
Yeah. Well, it basically a vote yes in a referendum. A yes vote in a referendum basically is a mandate to negotiate with the federal government for secession. Now, that said, do you really think Alberta would sit back and say, no, well, fine, we'll just take it? No, of course we're not going to do that. Like, I've been a separatist since the year 2000. I see Canada as a marriage of convenience, and it is very, very inconvenient to be Canadian right now. So it's become less and less convenient ever since the beginning of, it's been very inconvenient for Alberta since 1905 when Alberta became a province. Because the resources are just siphoned out of Alberta and fed to Ontario. And And eventually, Danielle Smith has already put on the table that if the federal government doesn't start actually looking up for Alberta, she's going to hold a referendum on secession.
I can't believe it. Yeah, it's just
anyway. Well, things are really starting to move now.
When they call someone's district, do they stop counting the remaining votes? No, so it can change over time. Viva, you and your guests need to bring up the Election Canada results page just to read off all the different parties located below the results. Troublemaker.
This is something I meant to mention earlier. In Pierre Poilievre's own constituency of Carleton, there are 91 candidates on the ballot. 91.
I can't even get this one up here so I can read it. Vote. Do you see this real tad dad? PPC splitting votes leads to what we had happen in Alberta with reform. PPC had right ideas, but they did not use strategies. So that by the way, just so nobody understands, the PPC had nothing to do with these results, and for good and for bad. Zero.
I'm going to reserve judgment on that, David, because I want to see what the actual results in the individual ridings are, and I'm not going to be able to do that tonight. We'll know. Like if I go and simply add the PPC and the Conservative vote together, that will really determine, in my mind, if the PPC siphoned enough votes off the Conservatives or not. Even if it did, you can't control how other people are going to vote. People are going to do what they're going to do. The only thing that I've been saying is, and I've been saying it earlier, and I've been saying it the whole campaign, and mainly it's to stop. It was mainly to get people to stop bugging me about it. But the point being is now we're getting into danger territory because the Liberals are sitting at 149. And what's the PPC? What's the popular vote looking at here? Yeah, the PPC is still sitting at 0.8%.
No, they split the vote. It's PPC.
I'm not your buddy guy there. Now, do you understand why I'm so black-pilled? Too many Canadians are weak and feminized. They'd much rather have big daddy government take care of them, even if it means living in the pods and eating bugs. Well, you see, that's the whole Liberal Party of Canada attitude. Their attitude is Canadians are idiots. They think that you're idiots. And they want to, because they think you're an idiot, they believe that you need to be taken care of, which means that they need to take your money and feed it back to you in all these programs and whatnot that you never asked for to begin with.
It's not going to be like a Hillary Clinton type. We thought she would win. And it's not going to turn into a Viva Fry. I fucking told you so for the last 4 years. But I told you so. It's whether or not if it's even they eke out a minority.
I've lost a lot of respect for Canada tonight.
Well, the fact that the Conservatives, no, Viva, don't go easy on Pierre, eh? It's unicorn farts that you wish that's going to make the election to no. But don't hold Pierre to a higher standard. Let him do what he thought he was going to do. Go to the middle and win over those liberal. Oh, hold on.
Yeah, well, it's possibly a bad advice.
Or I'm back.
NDP's down to 5. You see, my whole thing is the Liberal Party needs to be absolutely obliterated and destroyed parliamentarily. And obviously, that is not happening tonight.
Hyphen says, I'm crying in my beer.
Who said that?
Hyphen.
Yeah.
Well, Hyphen, maybe Costa Rica, expats living in Costa Rica don't pay tax.
Look at this
stack of super chats floating up too, by the way.
Are they going to get angry if I don't want to see them? I don't feel sorry for Canada, says Trumpinator. $5. A relative and coworker of mine each said they would have voted Conservatives, but are scared by Pierre's populist rhetoric, reminding them of Trump. It's insane.
Oh my goodness!
Says Shaker Silver. Well,
I know Pierre. I make no secret of this. I know Pierre. I've known him for ages. I met him in 1997. I worked with him on Stockwell Day's campaign for the leadership of the Canadian Alliance. He's a good guy.
Yeah, he might be a good guy. I have no doubt he is. He fucked up his campaign. Right. I've been saying it for a very long time and taking shit for it online.
Yeah.
Shaker Silver says a relative and coworker of mine I got that one. Sorry. Darren Fishman says they don't bring in a central banker to be PM and not have him in when the fix is in the fix. No, CBDC is coming. Well, I might agree with that, Darren, but bottom line, well, this sucks. I just feel bad for the people of Canada. The Canadian people are essentially voting for Justin Trudeau. They're not voting for Justin Trudeau 2.0. They're voting for Justin Trudeau's puppet master. He was there before Justin Trudeau.
Yep. He was the guy behind the curtain.
Flip my avatar, Pierre. Come on home. Come home, Viva. Flip my avatar. Pierre should have went to PBD, Sean Ryan, Nelk Boys podcast. He literally only showed up to podcasts with 0 hard questions, fumbled the bag.
You know something? If Pierre had gone to American podcasts, what do you think the Liberals would have been doing?
I don't give a shit. It doesn't matter anymore because whatever he did didn't work. So, and it's not a question. Oh, hey there, Kyle.
And we're back.
Welcome back. So what's the mood at Rebel Lake?
I don't know, man. I sat in the waiting room for like 45 minutes and never joined, but I listened to their stream and, I feel like I watched CBC go ahead and declare this thing. And
they've declared what?
Liberal government.
Oh, man. Yeah, so global. Like, it doesn't mean it's going to be a government. It means that they're going to have the largest block of seats.
What do you mean?
No, I mean they're going to have a minority. The only question is, are they going to hit 172?
If they're going to hit 172 or not?
That's the question. But ultimately, I'm like, very frustrated. And you look at the betting markets, like it's over. Like,
Like I've lost all the bets that I made in Polymarket. I've pretty much written them off. But then again, it was only like
down
$18 or something anyway.
It's 1.5 cents now on Pierre.
Yeah.
Oh man. So now it's time to think about what's happened here. Do you mind turning off these heads, or are we?
Well, let's we can
listen to them.
No. We're just going to leave it up so we can see the numbers going up. 151.
Oh wait, that's right. I've got.
Oh, that's what's his face?
Forgive me.
I know that guy's face. He's
Gilles Duceppe.
Gilles Duceppe. Now I've had, and I'm in the background, sir. I had CBC heads chatting away, and really, they're excited. They're so jubilant right now.
Yeah. So. Well, I heard stories in 2004 that Peter Mansbridge was dancing around yelling, "We won! We won!" So, yeah, the Communist Broadcasting Corporation, I flatly refuse to watch. I have it on parental lockout.
Well, and it's like even like the Rebel guys, like they were using the CBC's data sources, and I noticed the Election Canada data source, like on my end at least, like just crapped out and won't load anymore.
Yeah.
I mean,
the when it comes to seat counts, what you want to watch for is the magic number for the Liberals. If the end is Liberal 172 minus NDP. That's what we're actually watching for. So the Liberals now are not shooting for 172. They're shooting for 172 minus whatever the NDP gets. And the NDP is sitting at 6. So 172 minus 6 is 166. And they're at 153.
So it looks like it's really over.
It's getting close. And
the only question is over for what?
Look very popular to me.
Liberal majority. How do they define it? If the Liberals if the Liberal majority make up the next government, then the outcome resolves to yes. If the Liberal majority, does that include a coalition?
No.
Well, it's not a coalition. It's not a
not in the betting markets. But the de facto
the betting market is 172.
Yeah, but what he's saying is that if they get 166 and NDP actually carries 6, then they effectively have
they've got a
majority, and they can continue doing exactly what they've done for these last fucking 10 years, bringing us to this point. And the fact that like they were able to so rapidly shift the entire country around Trump derangement syndrome and this anger. And I mean, personally, I'm like, and Max Bernier, he's got absolutely roasted in his seat in Beauce. Like he's not even, he's probably fourth place. And he had an opportunity, like, and it should have happened months ago. Like as soon as Carney stepped in, like him and Pierre should have, like, honestly had a talk and come together and generate that potential path forward. But ultimately we've seen the campaign that Pierre ran, and now we can look back on it, but also look forward into what's going to happen next.
Yeah. Now I just saw a comment go past here. They said Canada will be a shithole country. No. Canada has been and always has been since for the last 10 years. Canada has been a shithole country. It's just now making it worse. There was another question I saw. Can someone please? The counting is still going on, and the other comment I wanted to address that I saw go by can someone please tell me if it's over now for sure? Is it a Liberal win? It is probably going to be a Liberal, at the very least, it's probably going to be a Liberal Party minority of seats in the House of Commons, also known as a plurality, meaning they have more seats than anybody else, but they may not have all more than half of the seats combined. And that's really what you're looking for. So if the Liberals pass 172, then it is over. The Liberals get a blank check for the next 4 years. If it is Liberals plus NDP passes 172, and no, it's not rigged. It's just a game. It is not rigged. I can attest to that not being rigged because I know how these things work.
No, the rigged is just too easy to say. It's just it's baseless.
It's very
it's not. Hey, here's what's scarier. It's not rigged. It's fucking Canadians that actually voted for this.
Yeah,
Sorry.
This is like
you've got an extraordinarily huge population that are driven by these they're not being exposed to kind of the critical thinking, but a deluge of propaganda that would make President Snow very very happy.
Well, here's the thing. Remember, the mainstream media, which the majority of Canadians still consume, is bought and paid for by who? The Liberal Party of Canada.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Holy mother sweet. I denounce here, Salty Albertan, who I follow, and I think he follows me. It's official. Canadians are fucking retarded. Fuck you, Canada. Yep. Go fuck yourself. And then there's 10 middle fingers. And then it says, I denounce Canada. You fucking disgust me, liberal commie retards. I am not Canadian. I'm Albertan from North America, and Canada can kiss my lily white ass, you bunch of low IQ, brainwashed Stockholm syndrome motherfuckers. Go fuck yourselves. Eat shit and choke on it, you bunch of cock fucks. And I'm actually
supposed to censor yourself.
I'm reading someone else's. Let me just make sure I'm not showing. There's other people on this. Canada needs an immediate annexation by the USA. You fucking retards don't deserve a country. That was not me.
Wrong.
That was Salty Albertan, who I know someone in my immediate milieu follows. I'm not. I want to say I'm not. I thought we would.
There's some rumble rants coming in.
I'll get those in a second. I just want to see what the market's, because it looks like it might not be a majority government. There'll be one seat.
No, it's looking less likely right now because it's 150 to 128 with the block at 23. So that's 128. What's 123 is 148, 150. Well, the block plus the Conservatives have more than 150 right now.
All I'm interested in is the betting markets, not in terms of a coalition government afterwards. Congratulations. Congratulations, Canada. You must make sure not to say anything that I will regret tomorrow morning.
Yes.
I told you so. Canadians other than the three of you guys are fucking retarded.
It's unbelievable.
There's a lot of really good awakened Canadians, but it's just it's just a little margin. Like at the end of the day, that needs to come out to move this. And at the end of the day, this is the party system that rules.
So in thinking about what happens next, is CBDC one of the first priorities that they're gonna put out there?
I don't see it. It depends. It depends, how much time they have to operate in. CBDCs are definitely on the plan. Same with digital identities. Same with all that shit.
Did you hear the news from today? MasterCard is now allowing stablecoin to be used as method of payment. So you can spend your stablecoin directly from your credit.
That's okay, but the stable coins are censorable too. That's one of the.
But you don't need a CBDC when they can freeze your effing bank account. So that's you might even be better off with maybe it's easier to have it in somebody else's name and you can pull out money from somebody else's account. You don't need these things. It's just.
NDP is starting to come on strong, a little bit stronger now.
Well, you've got some BC numbers that are starting to come in.
I get to say I can hedge my bets because I said I effing told you so. Although I did put my money on a Pierre Poilievre not absolutely screwing everything up, and congratulations, he did it. So everyone who gave me a hard time, you can apologize. I mean, I'm not going to say kiss my white hairy ass. It's not hairy and it's Floridian tanned. But you can apologize and blame the vote splitting. Blame the vote splitting that doesn't exist. Blame Trump as though Trump is the reason why Pierre lost. You're a bunch of denialist, juvenile children who can't take responsibility for your own inaction and your own failed policy. Pierre Poilievre thought he was going to win by doing exactly what he said he should not do in his Jordan Peterson interview. I clipped it, I shared it, and you all told me that I was being unpatriotic. I'm the coward that left because I've seen it. He said what he should not do by way of policy. Try to go middle ground to get the votes of people, compromise on your values, take for granted the support that you have, and congratulations, you blew a slam dunk. Blame Trump, blame me, blame everybody else except for yourselves.
Oh, it's not your fault, Viva. You're one vote out of how many? But
I'm no vote. Go to Westmount ADG. There's Westmount is. I bet you Westmount went 55% this year.
Yeah. Same with my vote. Ottawa Center. We're not.
Ottawa, I know where your vote went.
Ottawa Vanier, Mona Fortier. Those are the safest seats ever.
Ottawa smells like liberals.
Pierre deserves it. Congratulations, you screwed up the easiest election to win because you thought you could score more points by being anti-Trump. Congratulations. You couldn't be more anti-Trump. Sorry?
The game did change when Justin Trudeau resigned.
The game did change, but it didn't mean you forgot how to dribble a freaking ball. So the game changed and Pierre screwed up. Beginning to end from day one, screwed up. Congrats. And to the victor go the spoils.
Well, and congrats to the Liberal Party on running an extraordinarily effective propaganda campaign.
No, they don't get congrats.
Congrats. I'll give them congrats. They did it. They were able to run a very effective propaganda campaign across the entire country. They have all the chips. And they played it really well. And they were able to disassociate Justin Trudeau and his entire cabinet and all the action that they did over the last 10 years in place of Mark CBC Carney and this new, pumping him up on the resume. He's an economist. He knows so much. Bah.
No, I'll tell you, congrats on the Liberals for having effectively dictated Pierre's policy to his detriment for his election strategy. It's good for them. They really did browbeat Pierre into doing exactly what they wanted him to do. And so I said it all along. Congrats, Pierre. You're letting the Liberals and their propaganda machine dictate your political election strategy, and it's not going to work out well for you. They let them bully him into silence. Oh, but if he says anything, they'll call him pro-Trump. They did it anyhow. Oh, but if he goes on a podcast, they'll demonize him. They did it anyhow. So congrats. You clipped your own wings, Pierre, and you let the Liberal and their propaganda machine do it.
Okay, just a couple of pieces of information here. Right now, 13,996 of 70,445 polls, that's individual polling districts, have reported their results. That's only 20% of all the polling stations across the country have reported their results.
Nobody. People are going to call this copium. By the way, Westmount NDG thus far 67% liberal. It was 53%.
Okay, there you go. I was looking that up. I was in the process.
Well, I don't know if it's true. I'm just bringing up Miche. But bottom line, call it cope. The Conservatives are not winning a majority. They're not winning a minority, and they'll be. Where did he go? Did I scare him out? They'll be lucky if they don't offer to the Liberals a majority government. And as it is now, if the Libs team up with the Bloc, they're going to have an effective majority.
Yeah, I just want to address that. Someone said gay beer. I agree. Super gay beer. Not my choice. My father just went back up to China, and I was left over with a box of this. So
well, I'll be back.
I'm still gonna drink it. I mean, not gonna just waste it. Probably give a bunch of it away.
Yeah, out of curiosity, I'm looking at Westmount right now. So, Viva is right when he says it was copium. He's got a valid point when he says that. Though, is Westmount even there? Though, I think there's also something to say, just because, there's lots of votes to come still, and the bigger polls have not been counted yet because they take longer to count. But I think that it's fair to say that it's most likely going to be a Liberal of some kind. A large caucus from the Liberals. I don't even see Westmount.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is.
If there's only 20%
the grass Westmount. Sorry?
I just wish there was a little more. Go ahead.
I was saying, so you said there's only 20-something% reporting. Of the remaining, in historical elections, has that ever changed any of the reported results?
That's a fair comment, not significantly.
So how long until I get arrested and request for extradition for my tweets calling Mark Carney a 3-passport-carrying motherfucker globalist whore? How long? There's going to be a war.
I doubt you'll get arrested for that, Viva.
Oh my goodness!
I'd say worse. You're already in the States. You can claim asylum, and you'll be safe.
Yeah. Dude, it's like I made jokes.
Persecution.
I made jokes, and now I'm not trying to be funny. Tamara Leach is waiting for sentencing. Chris Barber is waiting for sentencing. Pat King, they've appealed to these.
Yeah, Pat King. I was on with Pat last night, and he's like, "Oh man, if Carney wins tomorrow, they've been rewarded. They're going to come right after me.
They've been rewarded. They've been rewarded for their persecution.
They're going to come after X. They're going to gently clamp down for our safety." For the safety. Yeah. But I will say there's going to be a lot of energy towards, and one of the things I listened to on the Rebel side was the talk about the Alberta separation movement. And, that's going to gain a lot of strength. I think there's a number of parties that are already kind of spinning up efforts, in anticipation of this result. So we shall see.
I'm gonna.
What that looks like.
It's not a question of looking smart. It's just a question of being unhappy that you're right. I called it with Pierre's campaign. I called it in terms of there was rumorings, and I will not mention names, people suggesting Conservatives were sort of wishing for a Liberal win because it will facilitate Alberta secession, and by the way, it'll facilitate Quebec secession now. I like the fact that the Bloc didn't. It looks like they're not going to lose all that many seats. This is going to be the breakup of Canada.
They're doing fairly well, actually.
Here, get over. Come in here and close the door. Don't hang.
It's Notre Dame de Grâce Westmount is the riding that Westmount is now part of. So I guess there is a redistricting. So I just put the Liberal percentage in the private chat. It's 65.4% Liberal.
Did you? When I ran, 5% it was 53%. How many? What percentage of the votes in?
12 of 217 polls. Lots of votes to count still. Because it's a population of 111,000 and there's 79,932 people on the list.
It's gonna be 60%. It was 53% when I won. When I ran.
That's Mark Garneau's writings, Space Cadet Mark Garneau. So it doesn't surprise me in the slightest. It shows you, and me saying that shows you what I think of him.
I once had a country.
Dun, 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 dun.
It was called Canada.
Holy dun, 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 dun. Keep going. Oh, the Green are rooting in one now.
And it's over. It's over. I mean,
Canada's dead. Canada is dead to me.
It's so bad because there are. But the thing is this: how many are there? Of the how many millions will have voted for the Conservatives? 10?
Well, let's see. If you go by the percentage of popular vote, the Conservatives are sitting at 40.3% of the popular vote. Oops. Oh, good. I didn't close my window. Let's have a look over here. This is the national vote here. It's really difficult to tell you what the actual vote count is because Elections Canada's website is really badly slow.
Well, Barnes is going to come in. Yeah, it's but so let's say 10 million Canadians who are good, peace-loving, freedom-loving Canadians.
And complacent and do as they're told.
Yeah, well, no, because they did not hold Pierre to the standard of a conservative leader. Not just during this election campaign, for the last 4 fucking years. And I'm sorry, I didn't get mean on Pierre in the last month. I've been pretty consistently constructively critical of the Conservatives and Pierre in particular for the last 4 years.
Yeah.
It's asylum. I don't even know if I can go back to Canada after this point. I'm glad I renewed my passport.
No one can take your passport away from you, of course.
No, but they can if it's expired. Now I got 10 years on that thing.
Well, you've got a right to a Canadian passport, but as a Canadian citizen, they can't.
Yeah, right. I have a right to a bank account, and that depends on who you ask.
Well, yeah.
Mr. Demented 669 says, "Get ready for more carbon tax. Can't believe people vote for this." Demon J says Australian elections in a week. We have exactly the same scenario playing out. Conservatives have blown their lead. Globalists are winning. This is what Steve Bannon asked me this morning. Like, is this going to set off the liberal wave across Western society? It's like only the cucked fucking societies. What percentage of liberal win is due to mass migration? I think a lot, actually. This is from Catalpa Rescue or Cat Alpa Rescue. I think a substantial portion because you have 4 million people that came in over the last decade. Assume 20% became citizens. That's a substantial vote, and then they put them in. I think I don't know. Like that's my own personal, unsubstantiated, unevidenced position. The amount of not illegals but immigrants over the liberal rule. It's 10 years now. It's been 4 million plus, and I'd say a million became residents or votable, maybe about. I'm not gonna have a heart attack tonight because it's just so flipping depressing. We got not rigged, just regarded, and I think Olivia Kassoff means retarded. Not rigged, just retarded. Yeah, I'm batting 1,000 on election predictions since 2015. Says forced name change. This is not encouraging for Australia's election. Says CL from Australia. Hilario Sevilla, how does it feel to be a loser? $2. How does it feel to be right is the proper question, and it feels bad, and I'll tell you that. I don't. Sorry, go for it.
I've got a friend in Ontario who's a strong liberal supporter, and it's amazing that our friendship has survived despite his liberal TDS. In any case, what was that?
Total of 172 with Libs and NDP.
Oh yeah, no, not 172 with Libs. Like I'm just hoping to like it be a minority.
No, they officially formed the minority with the
164 and 10. Yep.
Oh, I see. Yeah, NDP plus Liberals. is 164, is 172. Yeah, so there's the coalition there. But what I was saying is, this friend of mine in Ontario has being a consistent Liberal supporter, and he and I have argued for many, many times, and we spent an entire drive from Algonquin Park back to just west of Toronto, shouting at each other over this. And he said to me once, "Steve, why can't you guys out west just be gracious losers?" And I looked at him and I said, "A gracious loser is still a loser." And no, I'm not going to say, "Oh, Jagmeet Singh is losing his seat."
Am I allowed swearing? Are we into it enough? Fuck that guy. He deserves to live the rest of his life in solitary.
And but he still got his pension.
But he only gets his pension at 65 years, so he's got to live the next 30 years making his own existence.
Oh, yeah, but he's a multimillionaire. He's fine.
Yeah, you know what? What good is all the riches of the universe for he who has forsaken his soul? But of course, I say that as a man who lives by the beauty of living among his brethren,
indeed,
and being welcome among his brethren.
Indeed. So,
all right, it looks like it's going to be a liberal minority just by the markets.
Yeah, it does. And hello, Mr. Barnes.
Sweet, that's all I care about. Canada can burn. I just care about no liberal majority. As long as there's no liberal majority, my big bet cashes. That's what matters, people. You might think the future of Canada matters, the future of freedom matters. No. It's winning the bet. And now President Trump will have the authority to go in and help free Alberta, free Saskatchewan, or however you say that name.
Saskatchewan.
Free the last free people left of Canada. We can bring them into America, and we can ship all the others to El Salvador.
Why would you want all of Canada to join the United States, Robert?
Because no. The communists got to go. We just want the good, honest, decent people of Canada, and we'll make Viva the new prime minister of the new governor of the new state.
It's first of all, you gotta love Barnes. Barnes is a single-tracked mind where it's forget the fact that there's 20 million people. Forget the fact that Canada is going to be Venezuela. You will be eating squirrels in 15 years. We were the only bet that cashed that mattered was no to a liberal majority. And Barnes is business and results oriented. And when he makes a recommendation, you can listen or you cannot listen. But the bottom line, Barnes, asylum. Okay, so you start working on the papers. I'll start.
And I'm now looking for a job in the States, Robert. By the way,
what's interesting is what I'm still seeing is it looks like it's still close whether even they and the NDP will equal a majority, right? Or am I wrong about that?
It depends on the final line.
Okay, yeah. I did predict the Greens would win one seat, so that's good to see. I
love it. The Greens. Can you imagine how many seats did the Greens have in 2021? They had at least. I thought they had 7. I'm going to look that up.
Well, and if the Greens do get one, and then they literally could hold the balance of party with the NDP potentially.
Which, by the way, which news station is this? Because this is worse than the U.S. election. They keep changing the thing. You know what I mean? It's like 160, 163. Greens got to see. That's it. Oh, mate, the cars are up.
Well, because they change their numbers as the polls report in, Robert. So it's leading or elected. So the numbers will always change from.
Well, I see Liberals under 160. That'd be nice.
In 2021, the Greens had 2 seats. So they've. The only problem is that, it's so bad because I want to say
9 ridings to report too. So it's like we're still missing. We're still
under 30% overall reported.
It could all be conservative.
Well, okay. So this is the only not credit, but the only saving grace I'll give to the Pierre Poilievre campaign. Clearly, Canadians don't want a populist voice because it looks like the PPC is going to get a third of what they got in 2021. So the bottom line, Canadians are a bunch of abused housewives who enjoy the abuse and want to give their husband brass knuckles after the Super Bowl ring was not painful enough. So congratulations, you Stockholm Syndrome mother effers, not only re-electing the person who's been abusing you for the last 10 years, giving them more power, giving them brass knuckles, giving them what are the rest like?
It's not over yet.
It doesn't. Well, you know what? It doesn't even matter at this point. There's too much and too many people voting for the Libs NDP. Bloc is the wild card. But you've empowered your abusers, so good for you. What do you think they're going to do next time? They're going to beat you harder. They're going to lock you down harder. They're going to strip your rights harder. They're going to lock up your bank accounts harder. Congratulations, Canadians. You are a bunch of you tolerate abuse and you reward it, and this is what you're going to get. The only problem is a lot of other people are going to get it too.
Man, it looks like a lot of my bets are going to win tonight. So I had the Conservatives doing better than 139 seats.
Well, you're doing a 145 right now.
Yep, and I have specific bets that they'll win between 140 and 160. Those were underdog bets, by the way. It was a 3-1 in the betting markets that the Conservatives would get over 140 seats, which I didn't understand. But and then the Liberals would not get 190 or more seats, 180 or more seats, 170 or more seats. Looks like that's pretty safe now. And I had that they would get right between I'm hoping they finish right between 150 and 159 because that was 10-1. So that'd be it.
Well, they're sitting at 157 right now to 140.
I've never seen the numbers fluctuate. This is worth the on American election night. People would panic when they would see the number. But here's like 163, 158, 159.
No, like in America, if you see the number go down, you're gonna invade the Capitol like that.
That's exactly right.
Oh my God!
I have a question. I have a question for you, Steve. A comment just came up as a super chat. It said, "What happened to the 7 million early votes in the United States? We happen to count those last. How does that work in Canada?"
They count them tonight. I don't know if they count them first or last.
I don't think it's systemic in Canada like it is in the States. I don't know if they're separated or segregated out in the same way. In the States, it does depend. There's a couple of states that actually do the early votes last, and and the other states do the early votes first. And like Florida does early votes quicker. Arizona did it, the other way around, and it all varies.
They definitely separate them out. I can tell because statistically, you can look up on the Elections Canada website and look at what the advanced polling results were. There's also special ballots, and there's two groups of special ballots. One group is for military personnel and incarcerated prisoners. Yes, our felons get to vote. And then the other special ballots are everybody else.
I also had the Quebec block to get between 21 and 30 seats. That looks pretty safe at this point.
It does look pretty safe. They're sitting at 24 right now.
Yeah, at NDP to get 10 to 15 seats.
Well, they're right on the edge because they're at 10. And what did you have for the Green Party?
To get 1 seat.
Well, they got 1 so far.
Yep. So
but they're it's only leading. They're not elected yet.
Right. So basically that's what the thing means at the bottom is who's leading.
It's leading or elected.
Oh, leading or elected. That's how the numbers keep changing.
Yes, because as the lead will change, then the number will change. Like the Liberals are down.
For those of you listening, that means Barnes cleaned house, and everybody needs to go join sportspicks.locals.com for the best sports and political betting knowledge you can get.
What I tell people is if you're going to have bad policies and bad politicians, you might as well profit from it. It's like Joe Biden. We bet that he would pardon his brother 50-1 on Inauguration Day. Cha-ching! Because if he's corrupt, why shouldn't you make money off of it? Not just the Biden family.
Yeah, but that was the auto pen, so that doesn't really count, does it?
Yeah, exactly. Probably somebody at Polymarket will challenge it on those grounds.
Do you think that could happen?
Polymarket declared the winner of the Venezuelan election was the guy who got crushed and the woman who got crushed in the election because the New York Times declared her the winner. So, like during the Canadian, there's been a lot of weird betting things going on in the Polymarket on the Canadian election, and it's because there are a bunch of people who are aligned, hoping Carney would do well, knowing Polymarket could influence public perception of the election. They've rigged the rules at Polymarket to create bogus outcomes. I mean, once they said the Venezuelan loser was really the winner, that's who they paid out. Was if you bet on it. It was insane. That meant that it's just the Polymarket's trying to use like blockchain voting mechanisms, and so they have this group of people that are involved, and they get to say somebody won that didn't win. that something happened that didn't happen. Like right now, they're still pretending there's no Bitcoin reserve that Trump declared 2 months ago.
So you don't actually use Polymarket then?
I don't. I used to because I loved it because it's Bitcoin, crypto, a lot of utility to learning to use Bitcoin and crypto, a lot of utility to having that outside of the easy access of U.S. rogue creditors in the U.S. or other governments. Right. But until they fix this UA problem, this voting problem on decision making, I can't recommend it. Right now, Kalshi. Now, luckily, Kalshi has had all these bets available. So for those wondering, the big bet was no liberal majority, which was an underdog, by the way. That was as low as 3-1 2 weeks ago. Some long shot bets on maybe the conservatives would win just because it was 4-1, 5-1 worth the long shot. But otherwise, it was that conservatives would get between 140 and 160 seats. Liberals would get between 140 and 160 seats.
Well, you may be losing
bloc,
that one right now.
Yeah, the Quebec bloc would get between 21 and 30 seats. The NDP would get between 10 and 15 seats, and the Green Party would get exactly 1 seat. Right now, almost all the bets are cashing in the black. So far, from a betting perspective, looks great. Though I want the Liberals to lose that 160. They got to go down a little bit. To cash that last one, but it looks to me like they'll have a majority, but nowhere near the command majority that they're
not going to have a majority. No, they will not have a majority. You need 172 to have the majority, and that means that would be their. They basically have a blank check to just. They'd be guaranteed a stable government of 4 years. But
so
anything less than that, then it's generally. Traditionally going to be around a 2-year mandate, and then we'll be back to the polls again.
Yeah, that's what. Because the other thing I'm wondering here is, it looks to me like, let's say it finishes, let's say that between Liberals and NDP, they don't get over that majority, right. And even with the Greens. Is there any chance that the Quebec bloc as a group joins the Conservatives to form a majority?
It's iffy because the bloc tends to be They tend to be left-leaning, even though they migrated. They were formed out of the Conservative Party. It was the riff. There was it was Brian Mulroney and Lucien Bouchard that were it was like the Canadian coalition kind of thing. But when Meech Lake and the Charlottetown Accord collapsed, then Lucien Bouchard basically turned around and walked away and formed the Bloc Québécois, and he took enough members of parliament with him that they were still a official party in the House of Commons, had at least 3 questions during question period, which means that they're going to get media coverage because question period is what I call theater of the absurd. If you've ever watched it, you could watch it on. It's basically it's the chance for parties to get zingers in on each other every day in the House of Commons, and it's just crazy. Some of the things that go back and forth, like Pierre Eliev got himself thrown out for using the word wacko at some point, and the entire Conservative caucus got up and left with him. So he ended up forming the Bloc Québécois, and in 1993 ended up as the official opposition in the House of Commons, which means he got his party got the first 5 questions, and that's when they came within 1% of Quebec seceding from Canada in a referendum. Now, and then they've just sort of dwindled since, and they've gone more and more left ever since.
Liberals are losing ground. The networks are scrambling.
Are they?
Maybe the early push by
what are the networks saying?
Well,
Mark Carney and his friends, Uncle Mark and his friends.
Because I saw something that somebody told me that CBC had announced a liberal majority, and then I came around. I was like,
no, they announced a liberal government, not a majority.
Right.
Yeah.
But
the liberal government
they're super quick, and then you're going to get like the global pile-on effect, which is like all of a sudden, like now because Uncle Mark is as a purebred globalist, just watch. Like I haven't had a chance to check Twitter, but I'd assume that we're going to see heads of states all congratulating Mark Carney. Like it's probably already happening right now on his win. This is what they did this in Brazil, like I've never seen before. I remember like Justin was one of the first people to like congratulate him. And they all piled on.
Wow.
The international leaders declared who the winner was in Brazil.
Well, you know how Trump should welcome him, right? Congratulations to Governor Carney.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to do
Congratulations
that.
to Governor Carmi. Please joining me in Mar-a-Lago in 2 weeks' time. We're going to be having an unveiling of a great statue.
Hey, Viva, do you see USA Now has your new Canadian flag image up and going for Carney? It's in the chat. You're on mute, Viva.
I may have to go put a child to bed. So I might have to check out Encryptus. You can handle this if I go and wind it up. But hold on.
I got you.
Where is the... Let me go in the chat.
Go.
Hold on.
VivaBarnesLaw.locals.com. I got a kid. He doesn't want to go to bed. Apparently, he wants me to cry him to sleep. Okay, so
that's the reaction of Ethan to the Canadian election.
He's like, good or bad? I think not good. I say, all right, so bad. Is this it? The commie flag?
That's
right
it.
now?
New Canadian flag symbol. Adequate.
Well, hold on. If we put this on merch, Barnes, are we going to sell it or are we going to get arrested?
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. That's a great idea for merch.
Well, just so you know, 146 plus 24, it's 170. The Conservative plus the Bloc are 2 seats away from controlling the House.
Right. That's what I'm curious by. The is whether is now that's like, you guys know this obviously a lot better than I do. The what's the like? Does the Quebec group like vote as a bloc? Do some of them will they break off and join the Liberals, or how would that work?
They tend to go by caucus groups. So like it's like in your House of Representatives or your Senate, the Republicans, the party discipline is a lot more tightly knit here than it is in the States as well, because our whips are very strong, unlike in the US. So if they say this is a matter of confidence, that means the party caucus is going to vote with their leader, what their leader tells them to do, because a matter of confidence is what determines whether the government actually falls or not.
And so, that would be, is it 172 gives you the majority?
Correct. 172 is the magic number.
Right now, that's what the Conservatives and the Quebec Bloc have.
Yeah, but that would be with the coalition.
147.
With the coalition, but not with a...
it will not be a... It's going to be a minority parliament. That's guaranteed at this point.
If I back out, I'm gonna fall. I'm gonna continue listening, but if I don't come back, it's not because
of come back when you're done.
Well, just tell Ethan.
We'll be here.
We're
gonna just. Sorry,
you guys.
Yeah, I was gonna say, just tell Ethan you escaped Canada in time. You're safe down there.
Vivi, before you go, you have to add me as admin on the stream.
How do I do that on Studio?
In the settings within your dashboard.
I gotta tell you, from a betting perspective, I do love the way these change. Because like 1 minute I'm thinking, Green Party won, we're in. And then Green Party 2, no, we're lost. No, Green Party 0, lost again. No, Green Party 1, we're back.
Where were the odds on that one that you bet at?
Even money. Even when I first put it out, it was an underdog bet. And it was just looking at the data. It was looking at that there was only one seat that seemed likely to go green. There was a second one that was an outside shot, but I thought that one seat made the most sense.
There's no admin setting where I can add Encryptus as an administrator on Rumble Studio.
Okay, well, while you're working that one out,
just go deal with your.
If it goes on forever, everybody, I will be back. I'm going to leave on the backdrop, and it'll be beautiful.
There's a $1 tip here from DTQC, and I think it's addressed to you, Robert. Would you kindly use your connections to lobby Trump world to accept Canadian political refugees?
Yeah, I agree. I think they should announce an asylum status for Canada and Europe for those that are getting persecuted for their political beliefs. It's happening in Germany. It's happening throughout the EU.
The spread is down to 6. The spread is down to 6, guys.
It's coming down to the wire.
These motherfuckers really called it.
Like, I thought they called it too early too, because
they called it
out west
super early. Like there's 6 seats there, friends.
It would be beautiful.
We could see Pierre. I was saying it earlier.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, Rob. Okay, I was saying earlier that I can actually see, like after tonight, even if Mark Carney had lost the election, I was saying that he was going to be prime minister tomorrow, though, because it takes a few days for the transition to occur. Though I think after tonight, what you're going to see is there's going to be some wrangling behind the scenes, which there normally is. And then it's going to be whether or not Pierre and Yves Blanchette of the Bloc Québécois can hammer out an agreement, which I don't know if that's possible. They may be too far apart ideologically, but if they do, then it's going to be an interesting, that means that Pierre could end up as prime minister without another election happening.
So it really looks like it's all up to Yves Blanchette at this point on who runs the government right now.
It does. Because what can happen is the government comes forward with a throne speech, and the Governor Mark Carney will come forward with a throne speech once Parliament resumes. And then the opposition parties just vote it down. And that means the government falls. Mark Carney then has to go report to the Governor General that he has lost the confidence of the House of Commons. And then the Governor General can either call an election or ask Pierre Poilievre to form a government. Those are the two options that the Governor General will have. And then basically, when I say Governor General, I'm saying the Governor General is the representative of the King. So basically, the Governor General acts as in the King's name in this case. So it's the monarch, because it's the King's Parliament. So the monarch will then ask Pierre to form a government, and then for the next couple of years, we have a conservative minority government. At which point we'll probably go to another election in a couple of years' time, and hopefully Pierre comes back with a majority at that point.
Fascinating. So, I mean, really conservatives are still in play at this point.
Oh yeah, everything is in play right now, Robert. It's all up in the air. Now, it depends on whether the betting markets, in your case, it depends on whether the betting markets determine who the next Prime Minister of Canada is going to be and when their cutoff date is, because it's all up in the air tonight.
Yeah, let me take a look at the cow sheet.
Oh, yeah. Shit. Are you saying I should take a little bet on Pierre? There's a chance.
It's a chance. It's a slim chance, but there's a chance. There's a question that came into the Viva Barnes Law.locals.com chat from Zach the Cat. When will Carney have to step down? Carney has to step down. He'll either resign after the election if he loses it, like he loses the majority and he loses control of the House of Commons, or he will have to step down if his government falls, and a vote of no confidence. Because the way it works here is the government serves as at the pleasure of the monarch, or as long as they hold the confidence of the House of Commons.
Yeah, I think like in the way it works with Cauchy, at least, is it's who is going to be the next Prime Minister of Canada. So which could be Carney but I think how it's phrased would actually respect the change, even if that change doesn't happen for a couple of weeks.
Yeah, it's going to take a couple of weeks, because it's going to take a few days at the very least, because 148 plus 120 or plus 25 is what? It's 160, 172, 173.
Man, the comments on Polymarket are awesome.
Take a look at the screen.
Pierre Poilievre is not in the lead in Carleton right now.
On the first poll.
Yeah, the one poll reporting in.
Bruce Fanjoy.
That's going to change pretty darn quick. But there's 91 candidates on that ballot.
Like, Bruce Fanjoy was one candidate there. Like, we're not actually going to, he's got a good name. It's going to be join it. Win? Let's not let him speak.
Yeah, 91 candidates on that ballot.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Who becomes prime minister if the Conservatives and Bloc Québécois make a government together and Pierre didn't win a seat?
Oh, Pierre, because he's still the leader of the Conservative Party. He just has to either appoint himself to the Senate, which he theoretically could do. Actually, he can't appoint anyone. Like, the Prime Minister doesn't appoint anyone to the Senate. It's the Governor General does it again. But he can ask that the Governor General to appoint him to the Senate, and then he governs from the Senate, or he asks one of his other guys to step down in a safe seat somewhere and runs in a by-election.
Crazy.
So,
yeah, well, it's not crazy. It's just the way it's done.
I mean,
This is a lot closer. This is a lot closer than I think people realize right now. Yes. Like, as Fanjoy is like counting as one of those 157s right now.
Yep.
Right.
And it's just back and forth right now.
Right. Wow, this is sweet. Oh yeah, this turned out pretty good.
Well, you're liking it because you're making money tonight.
Yeah, exactly. But I don't want the Liberals to have a majority. That would be bad for.
Yeah, that's off the table at this point, Robert. It's going to be a minority
now
parliament.
3 seats.
Wow,
3 seats apart.
Oh man, holy shitballs! We need some check out the poly market. Like, look at it. I bet it's just boosted big time. Oh, he's up
I might need to replenish my scotch at this point.
So here's Kalshi. Liberal majority was at 80% the last time we looked at this. Now we're down at 25%. With a liberal minority up at 75%. It was at 40% earlier.
Honestly, this is why I love political betting markets. Who's dumb enough to still be betting liberal majority? God bless these people. These people that need to be separated from their money for the sake of humanity.
Well, it's going to be a very, very weak liberal minority by the look of it, because right now it's 155 leading or elected for Liberals to 151 leading or elected for the Conservatives.
And it just swapped to 155 to 154. This thing is bouncing around like crazy.
Oh, it is. That's gonna these are the larger polling districts now, the ones with more ballots in the boxes coming in now. So 100% to lose. I bet it can win. What does that mean? That's just in the chat, and it's a Viva Barnes logic. That's a Rumble chat.
There's a couple super chats here. One of them says, from Anthony Immel, it says, if the Conservatives and Bloc Québécois have more combined seats than Libs and DP, they could agree to vote non-confidence, right?
That is correct. The question is it likely?
Well,
that's going to all hinge on a number of factors.
There's a window now of lobbying and politicking that can be done with the bloc towards forming that non-confidence as well. It's like, the thing is, fucking Uncle Mark, like, one of the things that he needed the majority government, because I think there was something like I put out the video about disclosures, and by accelerating it, a lot of the disclosures didn't kind of come out within the time frame, but there will be disclosures coming out. This is at least what I'm led to believe. And so if we get another 20 days, disclosure time happens, and every day that goes along is an opportunity for Uncle Mark to further be exposed for the globalist hack that he is.
Have you actually met him?
No.
Okay. That's the way you call him, Uncle Mark.
I don't think anybody in America could go live overseas and make all their money overseas and then just come back and be declared president.
His name is on the money, bro.
Yeah,
his name is actually on $20. Everybody's looking at their $20 bill like, Carney. Oh yeah, I like that man. That means he's like a president.
He was governor of the Bank of Canada.
We're going to call the $20 bills the Carneys.
That is wild.
Yeah.
Barnes, I got a question for you in the super chats from Canadian Crispy Bacon for $6.99 Canadian. It says, ask Barnes how he feels about election can talking about marked ballots home, taking marked ballots home, and what would happen in the USA if that happened.
So did that happen in Canada?
Yes.
If you take a ballot out of a polling station, you're going to jail.
Yeah, I would hope so. No, here in the States, we have more creative ways to handle that sort of thing. You just have some late arriving mail-in ballots, shipped and printed at the right places and the right people. That's how we end up with these ballots in Georgia that magically and miraculously didn't, they were supposedly sent through the mail, and there was no sign that it had been folded. It's like, how did they send it? They supposedly sent it to one of these envelopes, and it had no creases in it. It was somebody just came in, dropped off the ballot, boom. That's, the ballot. It's amazing how in the state America has the worst ballot security of any modern country in the world. And it's like, you guys are going to know the results tonight. I mean, in America, in California, you don't know your results until 3 months later.
What are the ballot boxes in the States locked with a padlock and a key or something?
Supposed to be, but often not. Often they're just in big, huge containers, big plastic containers. That's what caused controversy in Georgia when they found people pulling out these big plastic boxes underneath and then just started counting the ballots. That's how it's done. Unfortunately,
out from under the table. That's right.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly. Underneath the table, and making it look even more sus.
Now, what you're looking at on the screen here from global news that's the Greater Toronto area he just had up. And all of that red is Liberal seats, and all of that blue on the outer reaching round it there is Conservative seats. So that's typical for the way Ontario goes. It's now the Conservatives are dropping back a little bit. It's 157 to 148 now. It's going to bounce around again.
Yeah, that's
for a little bit.
I think this is the
like watching a football game.
Yeah, I think it's the only one I've seen like this. Like, I've followed elections all around the world, and they usually only put up like what the current lead is of popular vote or something. But I've never seen them say just here's the count, the tally count on who's leading at the moment. That's totally different.
It's always been done this way, and I don't know why they do it. I do know why they do it. It's to make it more dramatic on TV.
There's a Brampton North, Caledon. That this is a PPC kind of affecting that riding right there.
I didn't see what the result. I didn't see what the vote count was.
There was a 1 point spread between the Conservatives and the Liberals, and the PPC had 2%.
I assume a lot of
the PPC right there. That's a split vote.
I assume a lot of the PPC vote dropped off because of fear of Liberals winning easily.
A lot did, but I mean, fucking Max Bernier. I mean, he could have just pulled a Bobby Kennedy and just understood like what's at stake in the long tail here and like come away a hero. Now he just looks like a fucking loser, unfortunately.
It's sour grapes.
Yeah, that's always when to negotiate, when to back off, when to leverage what you've got into something bigger. Though I wonder if Pierre would have even done what Trump was smart enough to see the opportunity with Kennedy. I don't know if Pierre would have been smart enough to say, hey, how about we do this kind of thing? He seems like he almost wanted to distance himself from
he did. And that's like where it would have ultimately taken like Max, and he would have gotten a ton of flack for it. But to say like, the best choice to do this, I encourage every single one of my members to join the Conservative Party as a member, and let's get involved and let's bring the freedom element into the Conservative Party. Let's make the Conservative Party great again. Like, let's go with that fucking angle. Like all day long. Like we need the Tea Party in Canada. Like this because Canada is a two-party system plus the Bloc, which is just this outlier.
Well, any democracy that uses first past the post is going to gravitate towards a two-party system anyway, because that's just the way it works. It's a law of political science. It's just going to be right now. What we're just waiting for is that last riding to report in and a few more of the votes. It's looking like it's going to be a bit of a late one tonight for us.
It looks like we got close there for a second, but
but it's backed off.
Like
a bit.
It dipped.
Dipped
off.
But it's 168, 169 for the Liberal, NDP, and Green Party, and 148 and 25 is still over the magic number of 172.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. That for about half an hour now, it's consistently had Conservative and the Bloc being. So, what is the likelihood the Bloc aligns with Conservatives?
I don't know. I can't. What do you think, Carl?
The Alberta-Quebec coalition. Like, we're going to mine Bitcoin, guys. We're going to mine tons and tons of Bitcoin. We're going to go energy crazy. We have all the energy. Got all the energy. Let's get rich. Oh, shit.
Interesting.
I don't know what happened. He said something dramatic and then disappeared.
Yeah, he does this. I know. Hopefully, Encryptus will be able to.
Oh, that was crazy.
There you are.
As soon as
what happened?
The Alberta-Quebec coalition didn't like that talk right there.
It sounds like the CBC booted you out.
The mining Bitcoin. Let's go. I mean, let's get rich, guys. This is the thing. Carney and company are not going to make Canada rich. They're going to make themselves rich. They're all about themselves. Canada has an opportunity to be extraordinarily prosperous if we, got a little bit creative and removed ourselves and broke our chains from Mark Carney and his friends, Uncle Mark and his friends. They are masters, and they seek to destroy and suck wealth while keeping people just barely alive. They don't want to kill them because they don't get the votes, but they want them on life support. and being very grateful that they're on paid life support.
So we have fallen way behind. Oh, go ahead, Barnes.
Yeah, I was going to say, I assume it's a huge disappointment to Liberals. I mean, they were going into the night assuming they were going to win massively. They have a big majority. I mean, it was like over 100.
They all had their elbows up. They were fucking ready. They were like,
yeah,
yes!
Elbows up. Do you think Carney's ever played hockey in his life? I mean, it's like, come on.
Oh yeah, Mark Carney played. He has a perfect record. He never let in a single goal when he played for Harvard. He stopped all 5 shots he faced. But he was on the team. He was a goalie, and he was on the team, and he played for 10 minutes in one game, and he stopped all 5 shots. So he never had a goal against. He's got a perfect record, and there's not too many goalies that can say that.
Yeah, no doubt. So, what's the future of the NDP after all this?
I'm pretty sure Jagmeet Singh's probably going to resign, and then they'll select a new leader, and then they'll try to rebuild.
This is like the worst case for them, to a liberal minority where they don't have balance of power, even if they team up with Elizabeth May and Jonathan Pedneau.
And here, this is not their worst showing ever, though.
How long have
their worst showing ever was 1993, 9 seats.
Yeah, that's where a lot of the betting markets were. Because when I took them to get over 10 bets, that was a 2-to-1 underdog bet that the betting markets were saying they were going to win 5-9.
Oh man, dude, look at Bruce Fanjoy's pulling away. 10 reporting. I don't think that one's going to hold.
Yeah, I assume those are the liberal.
We have fallen behind on the tips and rants by quite a bit. So I just want to start reading through some of these.
Go ahead.
That'll give me a chance to get some.
All right, so
read some of that action.
So Alien. Perfect. And some of these might be questions for Steve too. All right, Alien Baby for $4. Canada is poorer than Mississippi. Do these voters realize that they could be wealthy and free if they abandoned the Liberal Party? No shit, right? From Uzillion, $5. Real question: if Alberta was to leave, would they bring the Yukon and Northwest Territories with them? Also, what would happen to Canada if they and Quebec leave?
Yeah, that's a Steve question. Yeah, I am curious. And when Viva gets back, that's another, because I am curious how would secession play out if that route goes down the road. Boy, there's some tight races. Look at that, 47 to 46.8. If that was Lyndon Baines Johnson, he'd be on the phone to get in those extra ballots.
From Wrigley Boys, $2. Good thing I became a non-resident 2 years ago in Eastern Europe. Caucasian region to the rescue. Oh, good. Steven's back. This was a good one for you to answer. So the question was, if Alberta was to leave, would they bring the Yukon and Northwest Territories with them? Also, what would happen to Canada if they and Quebec leave?
I have absolutely no idea. That's crystal balling, quite frankly. I really don't know. My first thought is, do I care? My second thought is, would we bring the Yukon and the Northwest Territories with us? That's really, really tough to say. Highly unlikely, because the population of the Yukon and the Northwest Territories is very strong in the Inuit, which is an indigenous population. And they're very tied to federal government funding. So I don't think that I don't see the territories coming with us. What would happen to the provinces, Ontario, Manitoba, and Saskatchewan? Well, Saskatchewan is very similar to Alberta, so I could see Saskatchewan joining Alberta as the great 51st, or maybe even the 52nd state. Ontario would probably would have to rejig their finances a bit, because all of a sudden they're no longer dealing with Canada and funding from the prairie provinces anymore when they qualify for it under the equalization formula. But there's a whole how likely is this to happen? That's the all important question, though, because I honestly don't know. The cities are more likely to in Alberta, where the majority, like the population is, they're more likely to vote to stay in Canada, while the rural places, like where I live, very strong in saying get the hell out of here. But everything's up in the air. You just don't know. First of all, we've got to convince the government to actually have a referendum to begin with. And if the governments, in the provincial governments, that is, and if the provincial government of Alberta says, no, we're not going to hold a referendum, that's the end of it.
Got it. Okay. So Uncivil says Canada has no electoral college, so only Ontario and Quebec matter in any federal election. It's a sad state of affairs. I don't know if that's exactly accurate.
The House of Commons is the electoral college, essentially.
Yeah.
Right.
It's like if we elected our president from Congress.
Right.
Exactly. So, from Uncivil again, my Canada partition plan let Quebec and Ontario go and be their own screwed up Singapores. Just cut their land border at Hudson Bay, keep everything north of that. Do something similar for the Vancouver, Victoria Metroplex. Otherwise, it'll work quite well. The rest will be U.S. territories eventually. All right. From Hartley 72, $5. Bloc losing to Libs. Quebec might just have the Libs, the 12 seats they needed for a majority government. Glad to have left this shithole province. MK Telephone Man, $5. Yeah, sense of wisdom. Robert shows up.
That one's been hanging around for a while, I think.
So now we're on to locals from Ryan PD 911. 3 new states: Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba. Even better, Canada will never win a Stanley Cup again. All caps.
Canada's not going to win a Stanley Cup as long as Gary Bettman is in charge of the NHL anyway.
We've got Sean 487 on Rumble, $5. As a disabled vet, I have nowhere to go. Viva, some of us are not blessed like you fucker.
Well, the language in these super chats tonight, or this is the locals chat, isn't it?
No, that one was Rumble. It's all over tonight. It's on all 3 platforms at the moment.
Right.
Pinboy Slick, I'll have to check and see if I have enough Acadian blood to get deported to Louisiana by King Charles. I'll tell him I missed the boat.
I love the Acadians of Louisiana.
Now, in all seriousness, Robert, what are the chances of Trump opening up Canada, the states, to Canadian refugees?
I'd be interested. I mean, Trump there's the political point of doing so. I think there'd be fun in doing it just because of how UK and Europe are cracking down on speech. It's a great way to counter what real constitutional rights are for amnesty seekers. And I think his long-term objective is to reinstate the old Lincoln plan, or as much of it as you can. Abraham Lincoln's plan, which is to go and, the U.S. would take large parts of Western Canada. He sees it as a resource issue. He sees it as a national security issue, especially in terms of controlling borders. And it's going back to the Monroe Doctrine of controlling the Americas, the continents, and shifting all defense back to here and getting them out of Europe, Asia, Africa, everywhere else. You could trim the defense budget as much as $500 billion, half of the defense budget. So he sees Canada and he doesn't want jobs going to Canada from the U.S. In terms of auto manufacturing, especially. So to him, I think he was fine with the Liberal winning or a Liberal government in it because he sees them as easier to push around and to marginalize.
That was my thought too.
It was amazing how many Liberals sort of took the bait on it in Canada. Oh yeah, if we elect a Liberal, we'll now stand up to Trump. And it's like, no, now you're going to get smacked around twice as hard. That's what's going to happen.
That's exactly the point that I made on X, by the way. I said, if Trump thinks that Pierre Poilievre is going to be harder to work with than Mark Carney, then I want Pierre Poilievre to be prime minister.
Right, exactly. If you were Canadian, that's exactly right. If you were best, and I thought that was the smarter move for Pierre. That how do you maneuver through Canadian dislike of Trump without becoming an echo chamber of Carney? You say, I know how to negotiate with Trump. I know how to stand up for Canada, but do so smartly and intelligently, not belligerently, in a way that will screw our interests long term. But Pierre always struck me as like Mitt Romney light, Canada's version of Mitt Romney. And
Careful. I know the man.
Oh, you know Pierre?
I do.
Huh, interesting. I honestly can't take anyone seriously who's named Pierre, but beyond that prejudice, what's
it's
he
just
like?
Peter.
I know, but Pierre,
he's a nice enough. He's actually French. Like when you're sitting there and having drinks with him, he's hilarious.
That's what people have said, that like it's like he didn't translate that well to the campaign trail with consistency.
Yeah, I was hanging out with him. I think it was the night or a couple of nights after the Ken Starr report was released back in the year 2000, and the cigar jokes were flying that night. We'll leave it at that. Now that the polls have closed nationwide, I feel kind of safe actually saying that. I wasn't going to say it beforehand. But this was also in the year 2000. That was like 25 years ago.
It's amazing how much it keeps fluctuating. You know, the Libs get up to a liberal NDP majority, then it goes back down, then it goes back up, then it goes back down.
Well, there you go. Now it's in majority territory again.
163 and 9, 172. Yeah. So
they're right at that. It's going right back and forth. But you're telling me that these blocks will vote as a block, so that you don't. It's not like there's 4 Quebec bloc people that will go the other way. You're saying that
it's very, very rare that will happen, because what happens is if you do that, if you do break party discipline, they will kick you out of the caucus. And so then you sit out the remainder of your term as an independent member of parliament, or maybe you can find another party to join. But usually what will happen is they kick you out and you end up sitting as an independent member of parliament for the rest of the parliamentary term, however long it is. And then you have to run, hopefully, as an independent in the next election, and hopefully your personal popularity carries it for you. But what ends up happening most of the time is you end up losing the seat. So you break party discipline and your political career is over, pretty much.
What would the Quebec bloc want from the Conservatives to form a government?
Goodies.
And what matters most to them? Is it separation stuff, or is it just direct power and money to Quebec?
Well, they want what they're looking for. They're mainly looking for is
Chrystia Freeland.
Strength for Quebec. God help us. I hate that woman.
Yeah, she's in.
Well, of course she's in. That doesn't surprise me.
Did she at least properly designate the Nazi Party as her party?
No, she's a liberal.
Officially, yes.
Nowadays, there's not much difference. Oh, did I just say that out loud?
Neoliberal. Nouveau Nazis.
Isn't she the one whose dad was a Nazi? Her granddad was a Nazi?
Something like that, yeah. There's some connection there.
Yeah, that's why they were cheering for the Nazi that they brought in Canadian Parliament.
But when you listen to the speech that the speaker was reading, and you can see it, like he realizes halfway through his speech what he's saying. He's like, "Oh shit!" But he can't stop. He can't just go.
It was so great when you were fighting the Russians in World War II.
He fought the Russians against the. Wait a minute. He was fighting the Russian invasion of the Ukraine in World. That's not good. Because he realized halfway through. Oh shit! Anyway.
Yeah, that's an all-time classic.
Yeah, that is. It cost the speaker his job. So, yeah, it's bouncing around.
So I'm going to keep going through. There's still a whole bunch of these tips I want to get through real quick.
Yeah,
all right, so Jaker2, $100. Subscribe to Locals. I'm assuming that is a yearly membership.
Yeah, congrats.
Welcome aboard.
DTQC, would you kindly use your connections to lobby Trump world to accept Canadian political refugees?
I read that one for you,
From Ryan PD 911, why wouldn't the Conservatives give them what they want and let Quebec secede? What downside is there? The Liberals will never vote for you, so let them be free. Letting Quebec libs will be out of your hair. At Robert Barnes.
Yeah, now I wonder so I was going to ask, two questions on that, secession in general. How does that work in Canada? Like in the U.S., it's actually very difficult. We had a little civil war, so it's not so easy for somebody even to create a new state here.
It's uncharted political territory. the Supreme Court has said that yes, a province can secede. It's called the Clarity Act on a clear question with a clear majority, both of which are undefined terms. Then a province can, in theory, in fact, secede from the country. That doesn't mean that 50% plus one is a clear majority. And the question that was asked in 1995 on the Quebec referendum ballot basically was written in such a way that voting no meant yes, I want to stay in Canada.
He's still crumbling on the news. I mean, there was a time there.
So it gets really convoluted, and it could lead to a bit of a constitutional crisis if a province did vote to secede. The main thing is, as I see it, is a province voting to secede is really a mandate to negotiate the terms of secession with the government. It's a bit like negotiating a divorce.
And is that achievable or is that unachievable?
It's theoretically it's achievable.
Okay.
Like the thing about like the U.S. when the U.S. formed in declared independence, July, signed the Declaration of Independence in 1776. They basically said, well, we're no longer part of the U.K. Right? And they said, we're done. We're not there anymore. Right. And I'm pretty sure that if a province said that and then went to defend their sovereignty, then the Canadian government could do one of two things. They could say, okay, fine, go, or send in the tanks and all hell breaks loose.
Right.
And if Alberta votes to secede, I know what side of those tanks I'm going to be on.
Yep.
I'm wearing a red hat. What does that say?
Exactly. Well, it'll be like the South Park episode, the movie. Invade Canada. We'll bring the U.S. military to protect the freedom fighters from the tyrannical government in Ottawa.
Yeah, my hat actually says "Stop Justin." I've had this hat for years.
So, from Ryan PD 911. This was 20 minutes ago, mind you. Just bought a $100 conservative minority to pay out $4,200.
So hey, that's worth the odds, worth the long shot. 42 to 1. So a conservative minority
$1,000 on it.
So a conservative minority government would be the Conservatives form the coalition with the Quebec Bloc, right?
At this point, yeah, but it's not looking very likely if things stay the same, and it's now pretty much settled in at 164 to 146.
But it looks like a lot of these races are close.
It doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, or it looks like you get about 24 seats that could go either way, like this kind of thing, right? Yeah, like they have that guy's part of the 163, and he's up by 1/10 of a percentage point.
Yeah, how many polls are reporting in though? That's what you really want to check. Oh, that one's almost done. That one there is probably going to go to a judicial recount, where a judge has to sit down and look at every ballot and decide who the person voted for.
So that's how a judicial recount works. The judge themselves does the recount?
Well, I'm not 100% sure on this, but generally speaking, it'll go to a recount, and then somebody will contest the results of the recount, and then it'll go before a judge, and the judge will determine and chances are, like, there's some votes where it's blatantly obvious because everything's done by hand, and you're supposed to, any mark on the ballot that does not identify the voter as a valid mark. So it could be a check mark, it could be an X, it could be a vertical line inside the circle. Generally, the instruction is to place an X beside the name of the person you're voting for. So a judge will look at it and determine if there's never going to be any hanging chads in Canada. So, but it just comes down to how the judge determines whether the ballot is a valid ballot or if it's a spoiled ballot. Like if that X crosses into another person's name or something, then it's going to be controversial for the person who, and that's one of the reasons actually why it's recommended that you do an X, because the two separate marks will determine the first mark marks the ballot, the second mark confirms your vote, right? So that's why they say to do an X.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, a check mark could, like, if you extend that check mark up into another circle,
you're kind of real quick. I'll be back.
Okay. So,
said I'm on a live
Look
stream.
Kyle there for a second. He has a comment here. I'll go back to that one. All right, from Troublemaker Jonah. Why would Bernie ever go back to the party of Scheer? Fuck the progressive part, conservative party.
Talk to you in a bit, man.
From P. The Bloc Québécois is French influenced, so making them self-rich fits their goals well. This one's for Kyle. Just wanted to say I'm happy you could join us, Kyle. Hope you become a regular.
Great to be here.
Another one from P. Conservatives could offer BQ more self-governance and form a government.
Decentralization would be a good one, thinking about it.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, that's a topic I'd love to get into and talking about, like, actually how do we return power to the people and a voice to the people above the party? Because at the end of the day, this is our exercise in democracy, is making this check on a ballot. And then after that, there's literally zero accountability of the representatives to their constituents. Would you guys disagree?
No.
Yeah. It's a two-way street, though. As the constituent, you've got to make the effort to reach out to your member of parliament just as much as the member of parliament has to make the opportunities available for you to reach out to them.
I completely agree. And like I was talking to a member of parliament who didn't run again for re-election, but him and I had been talking about. I posed the question, you're a representative, so you should be listening to what the people want. He's like, yeah, absolutely. I'm like, well, would you be interested in like having a solution to actually give voice on all of your votes to your constituents? And, he was very open because, there's a lot of people that will just come out and vote, but aren't really engaged. But then there's other people that are far more engaged and actually represent larger swaths of people. I mean, like in from my purview, it's all towards, and this kind of came clear to me after the trucker situation and the Freedom Convoy. Was like, we have no voice as a people within Parliament. The ability for referendums and a sense of direction.
Hey, welcome back.
Who's back?
Sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
I wrote a little booklet called Canada, and it was going to be why we don't need a prime minister, but that felt a little bit too cheeky. So it was how we return power to the people, looking at liquid democracy and direct governance in a form similar to DAOs. To be able to enable that type of, direct input on actions. And this was something that Pierre Poilievre even talked about, was referendums and the power of referendums in Switzerland towards changing policy. Because, there could be something that 90% of Canadians agree on, but the parties will never even touch it. So we need to be very wise to start,
the threshold for triggering a referendum has to be really high. But difficult, it's got to be difficult to trigger it. But I'm all over the idea of finding a way to trigger a referendum.
In Switzerland, it's 100,000 signatures.
Okay.
On the official referendum signature pads, and when you get that amount, then that referendum goes to vote, and they have votes 4 times a year.
Much like in California.
Where did I go?
You're still here.
You.
Oh,
there you go.
Yeah. Encrypted just dropped out.
And then what's interesting is like the government sends out a pamphlet to every voter or a little booklet of that has the government's position, which is the no to the referendum. And then they have the official position of the referendum. So it goes out to everybody. And the position for the referendum is written by the referendum people. And the government responds. And the way that the Swiss system of governance works, you can ask a Swiss person, like, who's the head of state? And they don't even know, because every year it rotates across this council, let's say, of the heads of state. So politics in Switzerland are not something that are as heavily glorified as they are in the West, but they're very effective. And
it's also a lot smaller of a country, though.
Yeah, it's about 8 million people, so it's about a quarter the size, and it's probably about the same amount of wealth represented, though. Not as much resources, though.
I'm just pulling up Carlton here
because the little guy get to sleep, Viva?
You're muted.
Can't hear you, Viva.
The kid is asleep. The next step is now I've got to go walk the blind piece of garbage of a dog and then squeeze out the paralyzed dog. And then, nothing. I've been listening sort of on mute, but the only argument.
It's really close. I mean, the Conservatives, it's gone back and forth between whether Conservatives in the Quebec bloc will have a majority or the Liberals and NDP and the Greens will have a majority.
Bottom line, the only question is from the betting markets is who's got the minority government, and it looks like it's going to be the Liberals unless the Conservatives somehow.
That's probably right. For a while, it got all the way within 2 seats, and then it went back up. So but there's going to be no Liberal majority, and there might not be a Liberal government yet. That is not locked in the way the media is reporting. The media keeps reporting, "Oh, Liberals have won. Liberals have won." It's like not exactly.
Yeah, CTV retracted their prediction and changed it to we're predicting a Liberal 2-party government,
which is still not even locked in. I mean, right now they're at 170. They're still not within. It's 171. They're still short. Yeah. They're still short of a majority.
Yeah. When it comes to Carleton, which is Pierre Poilievre's riding, I saw someone type in that Pierre's seat is in danger. It's still early. Only 40 of 266 polls are reporting. That's 15.04% of the polls are reporting. So there's still lots of votes to be counted in that riding. There's 105, 106,000 people who are on the electors list, and only 14,812 of those potential voters have been counted so far.
Here, so someone asked, "Let's make Diagolon real." Here, I don't know if you can see this. I got my Diagolon chip, although I don't deserve it because it says Pure Bloods, and everybody knows my my blood situation.
I do not like that for many
waxed and waxed.
I'm not waxed by any means, but I have taken 2 of those shots back in whenever we will not speak of it because
that was back when you were running for office.
Well, it was back when it had nothing to do with anything except for pacifying neurotic members of family, which luckily I survived, and I could check my batch numbers but no, it's
Do you think you got the saline?
No, I just know that whatever my batch was, there were virtually nil adverse events reacted.
You probably got the saline.
It's possible.
You think they actually did that?
Fuck yeah.
That would explain zero.
They had to have a control. They had to have a control group, and they had to have their own batches and monitoring. Absolutely.
I know for absolute certainty.
You know they sold that saline for the full fucking price.
Of course they did.
Of the good mRNA stuff.
Yeah. Now, without getting into it, I can tell you for absolute certainty that my first shot,
you're still pure blood there, Viva.
Yeah, no, I not in spirit, maybe in fact, but not in spirit.
My first shot was definitely a COVID vaccine because I know this because it was AstraZeneca, and after getting the AstraZeneca, which I have to add was not an mRNA vaccine, it was an inert. It's the dead virus. But I definitely had mild symptoms after the fact. By the time I'd gotten home from driving, I already had the headache and the sore neck. So I know full well that was a actual mild COVID symptoms. Fever broke the next morning at 5 a.m. And so that was definitely a COVID vaccine. Now, I can't say my second one was or was not saline. So it's theoretically possible that I still, if it was a saline shot, I could be a pureblood.
Steve, as I listen to, I just put on my other bling bling, which is the other portion of the diagonal. This is like if I ever get raided, he had paraphernalia from Diagolon, this radical online Canadian military thing. Oh man,
yeah, I agree with Matt Hammond from our locals chat that Canada could have avoided all this by joining America during the Revolution. Then maybe you'd have more freedom people than redcoats running things up there.
Well, all the redcoats, all the American Empire, all the United Empire loyalists moved up to Canada from what became Canada from the States.
Pihans over on, I don't know how many, I don't know what we read in locals, but it says, so everything is done by hand, yet they count in less than 1 day. California may need to go to Canada to learn how to count. Did we read these chats?
Those we had. We got through a bunch, but not the most recent one.
All right, and then we got DTQC. My fellow liberty-loving Canadians, I don't know if they will hang the anti-vax first or the PPC first, but we know we will hang. DTQC says, Freeland's granddaddy was a Ukrainian collaborator who took charge of confiscated Jewish journal. Also, he banged her sources, and that's also she banged her sources. That's how she became famous. She did work for the Washington Post.
She had the Kamala Harris strategy. Another Canadian who they tried to inject into front.
Well, no, I believe she's a Jamaican Indian American raised in Canada.
Can we pull up some pictures of a 20-year-old Chrystia Freeland real quick?
Yeah, let me get that because not to give everyone dreams or nightmares. No, she was Chris. Her and Jacinda Ardern, Chrystia Freeland, young, hot. Let's just yeah. This is the dude. It's amazing what happens when your soul gets sucked out of your body. Can you believe it's not possible?
Wow, she used to be attractive, and now she's a nightmare.
There's indications. Okay, Robert. This right there, that's indications as to where things are going to go, and that's an indication as to where things have gone. I'm sorry. Are we?
Whoa,
okay, I'm not making fun of it. The way,
holy moly! Why are so many liberal women ugly? It's just an honest to God point.
I've noticed the same thing. Conservative women are gorgeous.
Yeah, conservative women are hot. Liberal, maybe that's why they're liberal, because they're ugly.
Even let me just pick up ones that we don't even necessarily like. Let me just get.
Name that. Well, AOC you could put as not too ugly, but that's about it.
Even ones that we might not like as humans. Ann Coulter is still. I was saying this. Some people age well.
She's maintained her age well. She has not aged poorly like so many liberals do.
So what did I miss while I was? The kid's asleep. The wife is asleep. I got to walk the dogs, but people tell me Viva it's not over yet because they're.
Really it isn't. I think the media's been trying to say liberals win, and that's not really what's happening. They're not going to get a majority. Period. That's not happening.
Guaranteed.
And that's what was overwhelmingly predicted for the last.
Who's on stage right now?
Yes, overly project for the last 6 weeks. They've been predicting liberals are going to win with ease.
Yeah, but
win a big majority. That's not happening. And whether or not they even end up, but look right now, they're at 170. They don't have unless they get the Quebec block, they could be shut out of power. So it's like this is actually a wicked tight election going right down to the last, and the media is representing it as anything but.
But I would call that cope because Pierre went into this with a 60-point
way
lead.
back when Trudeau was running. But Pierre was a wuss candidate, and that's what you get with wuss candidates.
Well, I'll just say what I said. That this is where I like people saying Viva it's over. Where I said I criticized Pierre for the last 4 years.
Did you write this in bed?
I may or may not have written this on the bathroom. I can escape from the bed for 2 seconds. But what I love is someone. This person right here. You're not Canadian. You might be getting a picture of my passport with a middle finger.
Bratney.
Do you know? Do you know who she is?
She's a brat. She's so brat.
Well, a dumb itchbay is what she sounds like. Because by the way, like I love it that she's. You can fuck right off. Oh, how many times are you going to comment on one person's Twitter feed? Maxime has already backed and forth. The bottom line is Pierre he did not win an election that was a shoo-in, and then the only question is he would have done so much worse if he didn't appeal to the middle ground by being anti-Trump. Bullshit.
Well,
bullshit.
No. And Patrick Bet-David was like, hey, like he just tweeted out an hour ago, be like, hey, Pierre, like, how did your strategy go? Like, you turned down my show, you turned down Tucker, you turned down like all these major platforms that would have reached a whole bunch of Canadians that otherwise wouldn't have heard your message. Jordan Peterson is not an interview that people listen to. Jordan Peterson is so fucking smart in his world that he turns away people. Like he did not hit the general kind of pop. Or he never got really angry enough. Never called the fake media just fake media. Like, honestly, like, embrace some of that bravado that Trump has. And it
very
doesn't
cerebral.
Are Trump, but just get a little fired up about the possibility of Canada, as opposed to being a little bit of a wet blanket bitch in how he handled communications and how he dealt with everything.
He's a career politician who struck me as he's a lot like the Tories of the UK. And I mean, the Tories blew a perfect opportunity to dominate UK politics by how they mishandled the aftermath of Brexit and the COVID in Ukraine. I mean, they just completely and this is what I point out to people. Look to UK, look to Canada. This is what would have happened to the U.S. if Trump hadn't come along. We would have kept blowing opportunities to win power. You see it in House races. You see it in Senate races, where the institutional Republican professional class politician is not well liked or welcomed. I mean, what they wanted is something to break through. I mean that's why Boris Johnson broke through. That's why for a period of time Bernie Sanders in the States and Corbyn in the UK broke through. They were looking for anything that wasn't some generic talking head that looks like they've been preparing to run for office since they're 6 years old.
Let me play this, because this is where I think it's going to come back to haunt him. That interview that he did with Jordan was like, I'm already your president, Mrs. Clinton. But this part here.
About the probability that if the Conservatives in Canada take power, that they'll be enticed into this global utopian delusion that seems to have enveloped so many leaders, kind of regardless of their political stripe. What do you think, if anything, can inoculate you or has inoculated you against that?
I know better.
Oh, I know better.
Well, elaborate. What do you mean?
I'm not going to do that. And it will be hard, because the temptation will be, this is the mistake that conservative parties around the world have made countless times. They think, well, anybody who's got a conservative mindset is already voting for me, so I can go off and chase the ideas of my political opponents, and then everyone will love me, because I'll have the conservatives due to the fact that I have the name conservative, and then I'll have all these other people because I've embraced their contrary direction. And in the short term, it works, because...
Can I pause? Is that not exactly what he did with his campaign?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it seems like someone who's lacks self-awareness to a large degree. But I also think it represent, there's just too much. There wasn't enough of the PPC spirit inside the Conservative Party from looking at it from a distance. That they were basically just not Trudeau. It wasn't ever clear to me. Now, granted, I'm just an American following it tangentially, but like almost everybody around the world knew what kind of Trump stood for, whether you liked it or disliked it. I never got a clear sense of what would Pierre be as head of Canada, other than just not Trudeau. I mean, that was the part that was missing to me.
My question about Pierre is, how quickly is he going to concede? And that will also be very telling, because if he concedes quickly, it will not.
I see no reason to do that when the majority is like this. I mean, you got in terms of right now they're 172. The Libs are 171. I mean, it's been going back and forth the last hour and a half. But who actually has a functional majority, two-party majority, is not at all determined yet.
It's going to take a good couple of weeks.
A lot of the polls and media prognosticators were dead wrong again. They were predicting Liberals would be – this is why they jumped out with their headlines. Liberals were going to win 180 more seats. It was going to be an easy Liberal majority. They were going to breeze through, and it was going to be announced within an hour. And that's been what the betting markets have been saying is an 80% probability now for 6 weeks. And they were dead wrong again. So it's extraordinary how badly wrong the so-called professional political commentariat really is.
Oh, people are reminding me that Victoria Nuland is also another one who, okay, hold on. You guys know what she used to look like? Victoria Nuland.
I mean, really, no, dude. They age like ogres. I mean, they age like the character out of Lord of the Rings.
Robert, ogres is quite literally the only way to describe. I swear to you, it's what happens when you have your soul sucked out of you and you literally become a living demon.
Exactly. What does demon possession look like? See Christina Freeland. See Victoria Nuland.
And hold on, let's go with this. How do I get out of here? I go like this.
Whereas compare that to like the Russian spokesperson, that whoever that woman is, she's like 50 and she still looks hot.
Jacinda Ardern. But the thing is, she might actually have a medical condition, which I don't want to. I don't know. She looks like the woman from the movie with Bill Murray.
Oh, right.
Lost in Translation. What's her name?
Scarlett Johansson.
Scarlett Johansson. And then she looks also like, I mean, maybe something happened, but that explains it. Victoria Nuland
looks like somebody went through an unsuccessful trans surgery right now.
She looks like someone who had her soul sucked out of her by the devil himself.
With those teeth, I don't want to say what I think she looked like with those teeth.
I know why, because it has a double entendre, as we say in Quebecois.
Though I do want to answer one of the comments that was in the chat I saw go by, and it said something. The question was, yes. I can't pronounce that name. That is what the condition is called. You are correct. But the question I saw was, does Canada actually have a rhinoceros party? Did I just see that right? Was the question, and the answer is yes. Canada does in fact have a rhinoceros party. They have their policies include banning drinking and smoking establishments, and giving everybody a petri dish so Canadians can develop their own Canadian cultures. They are a joke party.
Yeah, they've made it there. A couple of other ones here in our locals community says Canada has no real military, says P. Hance. USA invasion starts on Monday.
Look at that one. So Pierre's down mightily. He's down 1,300 votes. On how many is that? 60 of 266
in his own riding.
Yeah, but he's going to come. I think he's going to come back.
Yeah. Well, I assume it's the certain precinct.
I can't see him losing that seat.
I mean, that's still 8%. Like he's not in a good position. Like,
yeah, well, there's 91 candidates running against him, so the vote's going to split 90 ways.
I'll be back in 2 seconds.
You're being called. Okay.
I'm going to go squeeze out a dog before she pees on the floor. I can feel it coming.
Put her outside.
Wow, It's amazing how close some of these seats are.
Oh, yeah. This is like in 1993 on election night, there one person in Alberta won their seat by one vote.
Shut.
Wow.
Yeah, no, I'm serious. Edmonton East. Edmonton West, rather. Now, that did change when it went to the recount, but that was the initial result. One vote.
Some of these, like if you're looking at it from a district perspective, where is it the Liberals have lost where they were expected to do better? Where have they underperformed the most? Because I saw like a seat in like Newfoundland split, and it looked like massive shift there. But so I didn't know, is it a rural phenomenon? Is it a working class phenomenon? Is it an ethnic phenomenon? What is it where they're underperforming expectation?
Those are all questions that I can't answer tonight because I haven't been able to look at the results. Because the Elections Canada website is incredibly slow, and it would take me a little bit of time to do the analysis. I can definitely, with the next couple of days, I'll be able to put that together, and I'll also be able to tell you just how many ridings the PPC did actually cost the Conservatives the seat based on what the actual vote count.
I mean, just wait. I look forward to the next election because we'll have the AI helping us with the data analysis for these questions. Like we're still not quite there.
Yeah, that's if there is another Canadian election in 4 years.
Oh well, there'll be one sooner than 4 years. There's no way this goes 4 years. Underneath this scenario, there's no way this.
That's if there's a Canada left.
Canada's not going anywhere.
So the way the elections work is you have more pressure to call it quicker if you have a minority government. Is that right?
Okay. Because the minority governments tend to be very tiring for the members of parliament who are part of it, because everyone is constantly negotiating and going back and forth and talking to each other to try and get things passed and make sure that the budget, which is the big one, if the budget is defeated in the House of Commons, it's an automatic vote of no confidence. Like the budget is always a vote of confidence, and if the budget fails, then the next day the Prime Minister is visiting the Governor General. simply because the budget is such an important document. Joe Clark found that out the hard way in 1979.
I'm unmuted here. I'm going to read these.
1980, rather.
Voting matters in Canada. We just do what the UN says, and Mark Carney is developing climate policy for the UN, so the people make the policy are a part of the funding and laws of the policy. CSIS, they, them, 007. Airhodes says, to quote Jeremy McKenzie, PP has a small PP. Airhodes says, hoist the Diagolon flag, Viva. It's the only cope. I don't have the Diagolon flag, but I got a bunch of other stuff.
What is that? I've never heard of it.
No, the Diagolon is where is it? The Diagolon is this. Let me see if I can. That's the ring that comes from Diagolon. There you go. WF.
And what is that based on?
So Diagolon was a meme that, like, these
Canadian, it's a bit like Kekistan.
These Canadian boys.
It's Kekistan. That's great. I understand. Isn't it amazing that we can reference something like Kekistan and everybody
and also the ring says FYMM, which means fuck you, make me, which was them, their middle finger to Canada. What's amazing is that it fits so perfectly. It's almost like a second wedding ring. And then I just
stole your thunder there.
The leader of the Diagolon party. Let's go.
And so the idea is that, Robert, it's joining Alaska to Florida with all of the states that run in the middle.
Right.
So instead of just replacing need to with I'm not your buddy guy, hoisted Diagolon flag. Okay, now hold on one second. I name, do swear I'll be faithful to bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King Canada, his heirs, successors, so help me God. Viva, I would like to see you and Myron talk more about his point of view on the federal agent and current legal affairs. Maybe even have Barnes on. Yeah, it was a good one today. Myron and I will definitely do it again. Just how deranged you have to be to still vote Liberal after everything that happened. That's a long time ago. Okay, fine.
Is it less stress than when running for office?
Yeah, no, it's just more depressing because it's terrible. It's just terrible. Like you do what you can. You offer the criticism that you can. You get shit on left, right, and center. It all comes true, and then you have some bitch on the internet saying I'm not Canadian. Like this is the level of cope. They shit on me because I live in Florida when everything I said was right.
How do you prove you're Canadian? You know what I mean? It's like kind of, but you can be macho, you can do this. I don't know how you prove you're Canadian.
I voted for Carney. That's how I'll show I'm Canadian, people. I'll show you my ballot, you idiots.
I mean, it's got to have the weakest form of national identity of almost any country in the world.
And then also, like, if the insult is you're not even Canadian, why would I want to even pretend to be Canadian? What does it mean to be Canadian?
Exactly. I saw this as a potential compliment. Otherwise, the only thing I think of when I think of Canada is I think of Hey, have a beer, eh? Yeah, you want a little Wilson, eh?
Yeah. No, poutine is flipping delicious. But fishing Canadian? Yeah, not so much. There's good fishing in America. Oh, natural outdoors? Not so much Canadian. There's a lot of that in America. Snow? You got snow in America. So what does it mean to be Canadian?
Canadian the definition of Canadian to a Canadian is not American.
Yeah, that's right.
But I agree. That's
exactly what it is.
At least you properly identify the color red with the Liberals, right? That I don't know why in the U.S. somehow we end up with red being Republicans. That doesn't make any sense. I mean, the reds, the old red coats, the old commie red. It should be Canada red.
Parti Rouge and the Parti Bleu is where it comes from.
Yeah, what does it mean to be Canadian? North American and not American. That's what it means. Like, I'm from North America. I'm not Mexican and I'm not American. So congrats. I'm an idiot who votes for a globalist whore.
No,
congrats, people.
I guess the people of Quebec, do they think of themselves more Quebec than Canadian?
They definitely think of themselves more as Quebecer than French. And then more as Quebecer than Canadian. So it's a crazy thing. They're like, they already have the identity that Alberta is going to acquire within 6 months. And so, but I still see this as being the balkanization of Canada because it's quite clear the country's not working. So
it's a very different sense of identity between Quebec and Alberta, because like the founding of Quebec is based on a very strong and united culture, les Français, the French. Western Canada was settled primarily by Eastern Europe, like huge Ukrainian contingent out here in the West. And that's one of the reasons Pierre Poilievre didn't come out and condemn the Ukrainians as strongly as you would have liked him to. Because the moment you condemn the Ukraine for their behavior in the war, then you're going to be alienating a whole bunch of people who are very concerned about their loved ones living in the Ukraine still. So you don't want to come out and say the Ukraine is bad, although we know what Zelensky's been doing with those with the press squads throughout the Ukraine. But so many people out here are terrified of what's going to happen to their families living in Kyiv that we don't want that the politicians are going to say we affirm the Ukrainian population's citizenships right to self-determination, which is exactly what Pierre said.
A Canadian is ancestrally American, except no guns and no balls.
Not bad. I've got 4 guns.
Elizabeth May become the Speaker of the House? That's what the Toronto Star is putting forward.
Elizabeth who?
Elizabeth May.
The drunken Green Party idiot?
The Green Party.
That's hilarious. Hold on. That's a joke, right?
No, that's a literally article. I'm like 4 down in the headlines.
I'm just going to go looking through my Twitter feed. Elizabeth May, Viva, retard. And I believe I'm going to get this tweet. I know exactly what tweet I'm looking for. Elizabeth May. Oh, because I like an idiot.
If she did become the Speaker of the House, how long would she last?
Here we go. I tell you, I remember everything. Here's Elizabeth May for those of you who don't know. And I'll read my comment in this.
Help address that issue, especially when it's an, as she said, existential threat to democracy.
Watching Elon Musk parade around the world as the new emperor of all, along with his buddy Donald Trump, I am deeply concerned for the next election in Canada. I think
I'm gonna put on pause. This is a real person. She looks like a rabbit. She looks like the dog out of the cartoons with the jowls hanging down, like out of the Disney, the Acme cartoons. This is a real human, and she's not making a joke right now.
Buddy Donald Trump. I am deeply concerned for the next election in Canada. I think Musk interfering in Germany's elections on the side of the far right parties that want to play footsie with Nazis and say we don't have to feel guilty.
Oh, you know who she's talking about? The AFD, the same one that Pierre Poilievre referred to as extremists, and AFD Christine Anderson should go back to her country is basically.
Oh yeah, and who he chided a bunch of honest MPs for meeting with.
Yeah,
Christine Anderson is fucking awesome, and she's got some great points. Man, dude, Pierre had an opportunity. He could have absolutely laid into Mark Carney so savagely. There was so much ammo, and he did not. He gave him a relatively easy ride. Never mentioned WEF once. Never mentioned Bilderberg once.
Never.
Like the fact that he's or a central banker. Just central banker. Did you really want a fucking banker? Not just any bank, a central bank.
A globalist whore. Like, by the way, I got this is what I said to that guy because I felt bad. I said, Elizabeth, I called you a retard earlier tonight. I apologize. That was premature. People correct me and said you're not retarded. You're just drunk. Others corrected them and said you're not drunk. You're just retarded. Others corrected both of them and said you are both retarded and drunk. And then I sent a video of you giving a shout out to Omar Khadr. Can you please confirm if you are retarded, a drunk, a terrorist sympathizer, and/or a combination of all three? Sincere question. Here,
Omar Khadr, you got.
This is actual.
Let's move on to the press gallery dinner last night. Glenn, Rosie, thank you for
making
it in this morning. First though, Rosie, before we get, I know it was generally a funny affair.
Come on, get over here. Just here you go.
Omar Khadr, you got more class than the whole cabinet. Thank you.
This is Canadian politics. This is.
Can you imagine her as the Speaker of the House?
Well, it's kind of the Speaker Canada probably deserves.
Yep. Well, the only reason that I could see that happening is because it would give the Liberals just that one extra vote. Because the Speaker only votes in the case of a tie.
Did she win her seat, or is it someone else's seat thus far? The Green seat. I'm curious as to
find out.
Now,
gentlemen,
they've gone back and forth, but usually the Greens has mostly been at 1, which is where my bet is, by the way. So let's finish right at 1. No 0, no 2, no just right at 1.
So what happens to Pierre if he loses his seat, and if he loses his seat here?
My understanding is
they were mentioning earlier that Steve was mentioning earlier he could be appointed to the Senate or something. He could still be in the majority role, or I guess he could still be appointed prime minister if he got to deal with the Quebec bloc, right? They're back to 173 again.
No, but someone's got to give him their seat. Like someone's got to give up their seat and give it to him.
Yeah. Is that the simplest thing? Someone can just give up the seat and he just strolls in and is like, I'm just.
I believe so. Like I believe so, or he runs in a by-election. But
there is a by-election.
But that might be months away. No, I think someone's got to give them their seat and then they run in the by-election because yes, weak. Not to cut this short because it's already been 4 hours. Do we, gentlemen? If I were to end it, would no one object?
Yeah, no problem.
I think we're good.
If you're over at Sports Picks, the Viva's hiding it, masking it, but he's thrilled at all that money he's cashing tonight. Canada be damned, at least make some cash. He got out of there.
I'll tell you, it's even Steven, only because I say, all right, by the skin of the teeth that it wasn't a Liberal majority. Like I say, okay, the Liberal majority seems like the most outrageous 70% bet, but no, you lose on Conservative minority, lose on Conservative majority. It's just like apportioned it. So it's like it's an even Steven. The big loser of the night, freedom-loving frickin' Canadians and Canada as a whole. So no, because Canada's not ready for a populist revolution. Bullshit. They were, and Pierre was supposed to be the man to shine, and he turned into a little pussy. And he did exactly what he said he shouldn't do on Jordan Peterson's interview. He did exactly what he said he shouldn't do, and it was the exact outcome that he said would happen. But he just presupposed that he would be the prime minister, like Hillary Clinton wishing herself, the future president, happy birthday.
Well, we've got some arguing to do about
at least
Viva, but we can do it tomorrow.
Yeah, at least the Liberals underperformed. So for those of us with a betting interest, that's good. But Canada's still doomed because that story hasn't changed. So hey, that's my wrap for tonight. Thanks, everybody.
Was Elizabeth May even running? Because I just tried to find her name on the Elections Canada website. And
Barnes is out. No, she has. I was going to say Barnes. You can share your socials. Everybody knows where to find Barnes. Britain, Steve, you're fantastic. You're insightful. Where can people find you?
They can find me on X. SC, C being my middle initial, BRITTON.
SC Breton.
Britain, yes.
I'm going to shave it.
If you're a French accent. You can find my name on Facebook, but you can also find me on the tubes. Not that I do very much. My last video is almost a year old now.
That's the way to kill your channel. Don't stop uploading. It'll be the end of it.
Yeah, I am well aware of this, but life gets in the way sometimes.
Yeah, no, for sure.
It's a good one. It's 15 minutes about climate change, and it's you can find me the real Stephen Britton on the YouTube and on Rumble. But you'll find me on X most often.
I shared your link on Twitter. I shared Kyle. Kyle is Kyle Kemper.
Much.
Dude, it's fantastic. And yeah, well, look, I was right, but it's not disastrous. Disastrous would have been a Liberal majority. We'll see what happens with a functional majority if they can get it. But I was right. Period. Full stop. It's not a victory lap. It's actually a lap of shame. Canadians can't see through this shit, and you got enough people voting Libs. Quebec and Ontario, you like being beaten. You're abused housewives, and you just basically gave your husband the brass knuckles because you just don't have enough of it. And no matter what you do, it's thank you, Daddy. And at least it's not Trump. At least it's not Trump. You just mandated a globalist banker, 3 passport carrying, WEF Bilderberg meeting attending, Davos globalist whore. That's what you did. And he's yours now. Kyle,
one more thing to say for myself. At least I'm not Jagmeet Singh.
He's got his custom dagger. He's got his custom turbans. He's got his custom bikes. He's got his BMW coupe. He's got his federal pension. He sold his soul, and may he never be able to walk among his brethren again. Kyle, where can people find you?
You can find me on Twitter at Kyle Kemper, and I'll just pop around, but that's the best place, if you care to follow.
It's right there. Before everyone goes, make sure you've liked, shared, subscribed, snip, clip as you see fit, especially the part where I said, I was right, I told you. Pierre took a sissy route out, and it has come back to bite him in the ass. It was his election to lose, and he lost it. Alone, not as a result of PPC vote splitting. Gentlemen, we're going to end it and we'll say our proper goodbyes. I'll take out the week. We don't need to end it on that. Godspeed, everybody. Peace out.
And I just
Peace,
if I may as well, like, no matter what happens here, I truly believe that Canada is going to go in a good direction. Like, nothing can stop the great awakening of humanity. We've never had such access to technology, to knowledge, to talent, to resources. We are encountering a little bit of a speed bump here with, Uncle Mark and his friends and their continued quest to dominate and own and bring about this globalist new world order, but they will fail. They will ultimately fail. And, they did not, as it looks right now, they have not succeeded in getting the mandate, which would have given them free rein to go mental. Pierre, you fucked up. You could have done a lot better. You could have been stronger. You could have been more honest. Max Bernier, you fucked up. You didn't talk to Pierre. You guys didn't come together. Mm-hmm. All the PPC people, we live in a two-party system in Canada. Like, that's just the way it is. Everybody just becomes CPC members, and we actually get in there and infiltrate and change the verbiage and tonnage. Pierre's a good man, but it looks like he might lose the seat tonight. We'll see. But in the end, everything is going to be okay because there is great knowledge, there's great hope, and there's great passion. Let's focus forward. This doesn't end tonight. There's more energy. There's action plans, because guaranteed on the other side, they have action plans as well. The forces of darkness are very well organized. The forces of light are less organized, but they are much, much stronger. Let us continue to forge forward in our righteous duty and speak the truth and be creative and criticize by creating. You can never fix a system by fighting it. To truly change something, make a new system that makes the existing system obsolete. That is our mission in front of us. Are we going to continue to operate underneath King Charles and their sick group of people who they...
I'll tell you,
or will we be sovereign citizens ourselves?
I'll tell you, your
white all escape to Florida like we have, Viva.
No, but I'll tell you something. Your white pill is much like Michael Malice's white pill in his book. What was it called? Not Unhumans. He had the other book. Yeah, the white pill was that after 80 million people were killed under communism, the people finally woke up. So, yeah, but Steve, what were you about to say? You said you wanted one more thing.
Yeah, well, I've said that it was at least I'm not Jagmeet Singh.
Okay, fine. That's right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we're going to say this. Good night, everybody. I've got a middle finger to give to somebody on the internet with my passport behind it. So let me go find that in the bathroom.
What I am going to do, Viva, though, is I'm going to sleep on this. And tomorrow, after I've done my daily duties at work, I'm going to be I'm going to use going to go through the results and just riding by riding and determine how many ridings CPC plus PPC would have exceeded the Liberal vote.
You can go ahead and do that. I'll tell you in advance. I don't care. The bottom line is this was a defeat, but it's not catastrophic. But it's something that people should listen to. And the people is not the PPC. They lost votes. They lost 2/3 of their votes. Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives need to start fucking listening. Aaron O'Toole is a big fat tool. No one liked him. And Pierre Poilievre was Aaron O'Toole 2.0. Nobody wanted it. Be a fucking hero that Canada needs, not a little sissy that cowtails and tries to get the middle ground vote of the Liberals. So
I think it proves, though, tonight, it proves that Canada is more deeply divided than ever.
No, it's quite unified behind a bunch of people who enjoy being abused, and they need their liberator. And that liberator is not going to come, bending over. Maybe it will.
All right.
Ending it. Everyone, thank you. Godspeed. God bless, peeps.
Good night.